Mics are live.
Oh, because I did just.
Hello.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
Okay. Be good.
You know.
I did not realize church was closer to.
Oh, yeah.
Did.
We're good to go.
All right, we're good to go.
Yeah, good.
All right. I'm gonna call the meeting to order. Clerk Bureau, can you please call the roll?
Absolutely. I can find my roll call sheets. Here we go. Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Present.
Mayor Brown,
Present.
Councilmember Fellows, we know is here via Zoom. Councilmember Tucson,
Present.
Councilmember Simmons,
Here.
Councilmember McLean is absent. Councilmember King,
Present.
have a quorum.
Move to excuse Councilmember McLean or
Moving and supported. All in favor, please say aye.
I.
Hi.
Any
But do we know?
He's on the way.
Oh, he's on.
It's just gonna be late.
I was just gonna ask, do we excuse fellows as well just because?
We
Or,
can do that too.
I mean, I understand she's here, but it doesn't count, right?
Correct.
I don't know how that works. Do
Correct.
we excuse her as well?
Yes.
So I move to excuse.
Support by Councilmember King. Support. It's been moved and supported. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right.
I didn't say that either.
We have a lopsided dais tonight.
I know. All right, I'll entertain a motion for agenda approval.
Move.
Support.
It's been moved by Councilmember Tucson, supported by Councilmember King. I'm sorry, what's so I see feverishly scribbling.
I'm okay.
Any updates or changes to the agenda?
She's still got vacation hands.
I know.
Just a little.
Oh,
If council agrees, I would request that resolution 2026-110, the second reading for the traffic control orders be moved to the consent.
any objections to that? Resolution 110?
110.
Yep.
What was the move?
Move it to the consent agenda.
Oh,
Fine by me.
Yeah, it's really,
who gave me that?
That's most of the packet.
I know.
Is that mine?
Sorry, I left that with you.
No.
Any objections to moving 2026-110?
No.
All right, so we'll move back to the consent. I gave that to Councilmember King. If you want to hand it to me, I can give it to Councilmember Tucson. Any other changes to the agenda? All right, seeing none, all in favor of the agenda as amended, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you. All right, public comment. But we'll start with this opportunity for public comment. I don't have the list yet, so normally I would say I'll start with those signed up on the list, and then we'll move to hands in the audience. It's okay. I know Clerk Joe is doing a whole lot. You'll have 3 minutes to address council. We will go in increments of 10 in person and then 10 online if we meet that number. And the first person I actually have signed up is Peter Church, and then. Good evening.
Good evening, early evening. My name's Peter Church. I live in Ward 2 and
Hey, we're two.
and I am here to speak in support of the Depot Town resolution. I think we talked about it quite a bit last week, and I don't really have that much more to add except that we are hoping to get a decision tonight because we do have some deadlines coming up to make the cruise happen. I want to mainly focus not on costs, but on the benefit. I think it's been said numerous times by others that most cities dream about having something like this. They wish to have a festival that draws people in weekly to one of their business districts and makes the area better known. It becomes more of a destination than a dot on the map. And I think that we pay money to actually achieve that goal to the Visitors and Convention Bureau and also to the Downtown Development Association to try and get people to come here and to spend money at businesses here. And here we have this very popular, long-running, finely tuned, low-cost event. And I think that rather than thinking, oh, it costs this money, we should think, how much is this actually worth? Because I can tell you that in Ann Arbor, when we give money to the Destination Ann Arbor, this would be considered a bargain for them, especially the real cost to the city, which I think are less than the fees are. And so I hope you'll support the resolution and realize that value.
Thank you. Claire Broderick.
Hi, everybody.
Good evening.
Claire Broderick. I live in Ward 3. I've lived there for 20 years. I also am a small business owner. I have 2 small businesses in Depot Town. I also am really like someone in the community that really works with trying to bring families in, trying to make positive action happen in ways of joy. So a lot of it is I've actually gone around and spoken with every single business in the area, and we are working together now more than ever. Part of that is to because we know that there's 3 years of construction coming up, and that can decimate business. And it's not just about business. As a 20-year resident, and I've been in Ypsi since the 90s, like it means a lot. So I'm here to support Cruise Night. I think the benefit of Cruise Night and bringing people into our town to have genuine positive experience is really valuable, and we can't lose it at a quintessential time right now, not only when we need to build community, but we need to allow for tourism and just anything to bring people into our town, especially with the construction coming up. I have heard many complaints, worries, things like that, that I am wanting to even learn more about to be more inclusive. And I have joined in with Peter to help bring a little new energy to Cruise Night. And with that, then any of the money that we're fundraising and trying to get would go towards entertainment, to creating themes, to bring more of a diverse crowd, more pride into our city, and just a reminder that Ypsilanti has a long-standing heritage of cars in our city. And I just think that losing Cruise Night at this time would be detrimental. I also feel like having the 3 years, I know that's been like waddled over, but the 3 years would really help us, because when the bridge goes next year and potentially the year after that, and then this year we have all the construction of, it's like, it's going to be crazy. And we have been collaboratively working together to do these passport events and other staple events that our community can remember and like just come back to. So we had the cookie crawl, we had the bunny hop, we had a few other things. There's more coming up. There's all these things. But events are really imperative to our neighborhoods, our community, and to Depot Town and Ypsilanti as a whole. So I hope you will vote to allow us to have the break of bank money.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Would anyone else in the audience like to address council by chance? No? Okay, thank you. All right, is there anyone online?
I don't see any hands raised. If you'd like to speak, raise your hand, please. No hands.
All right, well, seeing none, we'll close public comment. Thank you. Wrong sheet. All right, we'll move into the presentation. So before we get to the budget, you get to listen to me read 3 proclamations, and then we'll get to budget presentation. So the first is for Mental Health Awareness Month 2026. So whereas mental health is essential to the overall health and well-being of every individual, and all residents experience times of difficulty and stress in their lives. And whereas prevention and early intervention are effective strategies to reduce the burden of mental health conditions, and there are practical tools available to improve mental health and increase resilience. And whereas mental health conditions are prevalent, with 1 in 5 adults experiencing a mental health condition in a given year, and 1 in 6 youth aged 6 to 17 experiencing a mental health disorder each year. And whereas the National Alliance on Mental Illness, Mental Health America, and other organizations observe Mental Health Awareness Month in May to increase awareness and promote recovery. And whereas local governments have a responsibility to promote mental well-being, support those in need, and foster community resilience. And whereas the 2026 Mental Health Awareness Month theme is More Good Days Together, reflecting the importance of valuing and supporting mental health for all. Now, therefore, I, Nicole Brown, Mayor of the City of Ypsilanti, hereby proclaim May 2026 as Mental Health Awareness Month in the City of Ypsilanti, in recognition of the importance of mental health and the need for collective action to improve well-being for all residents. Be it further resolved that the Ypsilanti City Council, 1, encourages all departments, agencies, schools, and community partners to increase awareness of mental health, mental wellness, and available resources. 2, supports community outreach and education through events such as mental health screenings, advocacy town halls, and partnerships with local organizations, healthcare providers, and schools. 3, promotes the use of the official awareness color, green, in public spaces, events, and communications to symbolize mental health awareness. 4, advocates for policy and funding priorities that strengthen mental health services, including crisis response, early intervention, and prevention programs. 5, encourages self-care and community support as part of daily life, recognizing that mental health is as important as physical health. And 6, calls on all residents, businesses, and institutions to participate in creating a culture where mental health is valued and supported. Given under my hand and seal of the City of Ypsilanti, May 5th, 2026. Anything from anyone about Mental Health Awareness Month? Well, what I'll say is what I say every year. As a practicing clinician and working in community mental health for a majority of my career, I'm just glad that as a city, we have, adopted speaking about Mental Health Awareness Month annually, and making sure that we are, aware that there are folks in our community who are struggling. We've had several examples in the recent months of individuals who needed support, who could use our support. And I hope that we're all just approaching people with grace and generosity, and understanding as we navigate trying times in this world, not only in our day-to-day, our daily lives, but across the spectrum. So thank you. The next is for National Public Works Week, May 17th to the 23rd, 2026. Rooted in service, powered by community. Whereas public works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, and services that are of vital importance to sustainable and resilient communities and to public health, high quality of life, and well-being of the people of the City of Ypsilanti. And whereas these infrastructure, facilities, and services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of public works professionals who are engineers, managers, and employees at all levels of government and the private sector who are responsible for rebuilding, improving, and protecting our nation's transportation, water supply, water treatment and solid waste systems, public buildings, and other structures and facilities essential for our citizens. And whereas it is in the public interest for the citizens, civic leaders, and children in the City of Ypsilanti to gain knowledge of and maintain an ongoing interest and understanding of the importance of public works and public works programs in their respective communities. And whereas the year 2026 marks the 66th annual National Public Works Week, sponsored by the American Public Works Association. Be it now, therefore, I, Nicole Brown, Mayor of the City of Ypsilanti, hereby proclaim the week of May 17th through 23rd, 2026, as National Public Works Week. I urge all citizens to join with representatives of the American Public Works Association and government agencies in activities, events, and ceremonies designed to pay tribute to our public works professionals, engineers, managers, and employees, and to recognize the substantial contributions they make to protecting our national health, safety, and advancing quality of life for all. Given under my hand and seal of the City of Ypsilanti, May 5th, 2026. Anything from folks before we move on? Well, I want to just thank our DPW staff and workers and Bonnie and everybody for all the work that they do. They do a lot of the jobs that I don't think I would ever be able to do or want to do to make sure that we're safe and that, our day-to-day things are taken care of in the community. So thank you. And then last but not least, We have Provider Appreciation Day for May 8th, 2026, and this was brought forward by myself and Councilmember King. So whereas Child Care Aware of America and organizations nationwide are recognizing child care providers on this day, and whereas the child care system supports children's growth, development, and educational advancement while creating positive economic impacts for families and communities. And whereas child care providers are essential to the health of our communities by fostering safe and welcoming spaces, supporting working families, and creating enriching environments where children develop lifelong skills. And whereas the city of Ypsilanti recognizes that childcare has been and continues to be a lifeline for families, communities, and the economy. And whereas the city of Ypsilanti recognizes that our community benefits from comprehensive, well-resourced childcare resource and referral organizations, which build the supply and quality of childcare and support childcare providers through coaching, mentoring, and technical assistance. And whereas support for affordable, accessible, high-quality childcare represents a worthy commitment to help families work, support children's healthy development and learning, and keep our economy growing. Now, therefore, I, Nicole Brown, Mayor of the City of Ypsilanti, hereby proclaim May 8th, 2026 as Provider Appreciation Day in the City of Ypsilanti and urge all citizens to recognize childcare providers for their important work and how valuable they are to our communities. Given under my hand and seal of the City of Ypsilanti, May 5th, 2026, by Mayor Nicole Brown and Councilmember Michelle King. Laughing. Thank you. Anything?
Thank you, DPW.
DPW, I'm talking about childcare and childcare facilities.
Still thinking
You know.
about mental health conference.
And everybody, right? We all-
Thank you.
Councilmember
Yeah, that's
King.
what I would say. I support all of the proclamations listed, especially childcare. We know how expensive childcare is for families, and we just really want to support the workers that do that work.
Thank you. Yeah, it's very expensive. The more and more I hear about early childhood education, how much that costs. Whew, boy. So thank you all. All right. City manager, your turn.
Good evening, council. It is everyone's favorite time of year when we go through the budget process. This year we will be doing a 2-year budget. We will be amending the 25-26 budget as well as approving the 26-27 and 27-28 budgets. Going on to the first slide. This is kind of what we're going to do. I apologize, these dates are wrong, but the budget overview will be today. And myself and Reagan will handle that. Capital budget and departmental budgets will be on the 12th next Tuesday. And those will, of course, be done by our department heads, and Bonnie will be going over our capital budget. On to the next slide. Oh.
Okay, now.
Nothing.
Nope, it is not lighting it up. There we go.
Oh.
Nope, I think
I think
you,
it was Tracy. It wasn't you.
Yeah. Yes. So outline of today's presentations, we're going to go over important dates. We will be doing a budget overview. Reagan will be handling our operating budget. Capital budgets will be done next Tuesday. And then, of course, any recommendations from city council are welcome here, the next meeting, the meeting after that, up until we approve the budget. So going on to the next slide. Some important dates here. April 16th, the notices were published by charter. We did submit the management proposed budget on April 30th. May 5th today, we will be having, well, actually, again, this is a new change due to some noticing issues. May 12th, we'll have the public hearing for the proposed budget and capital improvement plan. And then May 19th or May 12th, we'll also have the departmental presentations. May 19th, council may adopt the budget pursuant with the charter. or make some amendments there and then finish the budget on the first meeting in June. That will be before the June 7th deadline. Then, of course, July 1, the budget will take effect. So going on to the next slide. So we see this every year, but it starts with the planning, which happens during goal session, programming. The department heads work to submit their budgets and any changes from the previous year. We are on step 3, which is budgeting. Going on to the next slide. These are looking at our council's budget priorities from the past 2 fiscal years. There's quite a bit of overlap in these. Water Street was included in both of them. Infrastructure, public spaces. One that is not discussed at all kind of in the last years is the youth engagement and development. Going on to the next slide. Here are some challenges that we are facing this and future fiscal years. Structural budget deficits. We're getting to a point, especially with transfers out of the general fund to our other funds to maintain operations, is gradually taking our fund balance down. Some asset management. We do have some issues with our municipal buildings that everyone is aware of, plus the need for a lot of work on our roads, as we saw last meeting with OHM. Revenue growth, difficult to capture additional revenue, especially with Headley and Prop A. Underfunded core services. Much of our services are running on bare bones, which kind of leads to the staffing. We want to make sure we can at least have staffing at a level that will reduce burnout, and which can lead to decreased morale as well as potential in greater errors. We want to be more innovative with our approach to cross-training and make sure that we provide opportunities for growth to our current staff members. Of course, we have environmental concerns. This is an older city. It was largely industrial going way back to its beginning. So there are issues, including those on Water Street and other brownfields that exist in the city. And then, of course, housing needs. We need to keep operations more sustainable, we need a good mixture of housing types. And that's something that we should prioritize. The missing middle and affordable, largely those 2 items. Hey, it worked. Okay, so our management proposed budgets last fiscal year was 24-25. We are currently on 25-26, which will expire at the end of June. Then we also will be approving the 26-27 and 27-28. And then next year, of course, we'll be amending the 26-27 and the 27-28. We both have the budget book available digitally through the website as well as a PDF version. And we now include a transparency page that you can find on our website. And this is provided through the name ClearGov. And now moving on to the next slide, I'll pass it over to Reagan.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. I think this is good. Thank you. Okay. So for our operating budget, this slide outlines how we will walk through the budget today. So we'll start off with amendments to the current year general fund to reflect where we are today. Then we'll move on to the proposed 2-year general fund budget, which sets the foundation for the next fiscal periods. From there, we'll review key revenue assumptions and economic drivers that are shaping this budget. Next, we'll cover personnel, and operational impacts, as these represent the largest portion of our expenditures. We'll also walk through fund movements, including transfers between funds, to show how resources are being allocated across the organization. After that, we'll briefly touch on other funds outside of general fund to provide a complete picture. We'll then discuss long-term commitments, including debt, to highlight future obligations. And finally, we'll close with city overall financial position before opening it up for questions and discussions. So this slide shows our current general fund year amendment. So we started off with a fund balance of 12.4 million and are projecting a use of fund balance of around 3.4 million, bringing our ending balance about 9 million by 26-27. So the original shortfall was 3.73 million, and now it was reduced to 3.4 million, an improvement of about 326,000. So what changed? On the revenue side, we are seeing several increases. Charges for services increased primarily due to a fire protection reimbursement of approximately 262,000. Fines and forfeits are up about 120,000, largely related to the AHB activity. Intergovernmental revenue included roughly 200,000 more in recreational marijuana revenue. It's higher than originally projected. And under other revenue, we have a one-time property sale of approximately 105,000. On the expenditure side, salaries and benefits reflect updated staffing levels and cost adjustments. So while the amendment shows an overall increase, there may be additional savings realized due to ongoing vacancies across departments, which could help offset personnel costs as the year progresses. The increase in benefits is primarily due to higher healthcare costs, as identified in the renewal presented by our broker. It's driven by several catastrophic claims, as mentioned before. Operating expenses also increased due to higher litigation cost, about 183,000, and approximately 100,000 additional in contractual services. So overall, these changes help improve the city's position and reduce the shortfall, but we are still operating in a structural gap.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
When you were looking at the revenue at the changes on the top of the slide, and a couple of the numbers you gave didn't seem to match what's in here. So just the other revenue is 100 and there was a sale of 105,000.
Yes. So
there's more money in here from other sources.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. So that's the majority of the change. So what really drove those increases?
Subsets. There was another one, but that makes sense. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay. So now that we've talked about our current year amendments, we now go to the proposed budget for fiscal year 26-27 and 27-28. So while the amendments address immediate changes, the proposed budgets are built on forward-looking assumptions to guide the city over the next 2 years. These assumptions are grounded in what we are currently experiencing, but also take more conservative and sustainable approach moving forward. Starting with the economic outlook, we are assuming overall stability, although inflation remains elevated. The state revenue share is expected to remain steady. On the revenue side, we are projecting modest growth and stable collections. And importantly, we are not relying on one-time revenues to support ongoing operations. For the expenditures, the budget remains largely personnel-driven and aligned with our collective bargaining agreements. Vacancy savings are limited, primarily within the police department, and we are continuing to see inflationary impacts in operations. Capital spending is prioritized based on need. From a staffing perspective, the goal is to maintain current service levels. Operationally, we are focusing on technology, asset management, staff development, which aligns with our long-term priorities. And finally, we do recognize risks, including economic uncertainty, rising costs, aging infrastructure, and variability in grant funding. General fund by source. So this chart shows how the city generates its revenue. So the majority, about 63%, comes from property taxes. Intergovernmental revenue makes up the next largest portion, which is our state revenue sharing, followed by charges for services. The remaining categories, like investment earnings and other revenue, make up a smaller share. So overall, this highlights that our revenue base is heavily reliant on property taxes with limited diversification. So this slide shows how our expenditures are structured. So the largest portion, about 70%, is salaries and benefits, which reflects that the city is a service-driven organization. Most of what we do relies on people. So it's our police, fire, public works, and administrative staff. Operating expenses make up 23%, which includes things like our contractual services, materials, and day-to-day operations. The remaining portion goes toward transfers and other obligations. So on the right, you will see how these expenditures are distributed across departments. The public safety, police, and fire makes up the largest share, followed by general government and public works. Overall, this reinforces that the majority of our budget is tied to personnel and essential services, which limits flexibility when making budget adjustments. Okay. So as mentioned, property tax is our largest revenue source, making up approximately 63% of general fund revenues. Because of that, understanding property value trends is critical in understanding our overall revenue outlook. So this chart shows trend both in assessed value and taxable value over time. You'll see that the assessed values have grown significantly, reflecting overall market conditions. However, taxable value, which is actually what drives property tax revenue, grows at a more controlled pace due to statutory limits such as Proposal A. So Proposal A limits how much taxable values can grow each year. So even when market values increase significantly, property tax revenues grows at a much slower pace. So while we continue to see steady growth in taxable value, it does not increase the same rate as our market values. So which limits how quickly property tax revenues can grow. So this is important as we build the budget because in a strong market, revenue growth remains relatively moderate and expenditures increase at a faster pace. So this is how our property tax is broken down. So for every dollar collected, about 46 cents stays with the city to fund core services like police, fire, operations, our sanitation, public transit, and debt. So the remaining 54 cents goes to other entities, including schools, the county, and regional agencies. This is important because while residents often associate property taxes with the city, less than half actually goes to the city. So when we talk about city funding challenges, it's within the portion of revenue that we directly control. That should have been 2026 taxable value and millage rates. So this slide shows the factors impacting our 2026 property tax levy and resulting millage rates. So starting with the taxable value, we are seeing an increase from approximately 458 million in 2025 to 483 million in 2026, which represents about 5.3% increase. However, under state law, specifically Proposal A, instead of realizing that 5.3% increase in property tax revenue, growth is limited to inflation rate, which is about 2.7% for 2026. In addition to Headley Amendment, we are also required to roll back to certain millage rates when the taxable value growth exceeds inflation. So for 2026, the rollback fraction is 0.9821. So as a result, we see reductions in general operating, sanitation, and public transit millages. It's important to note that the police and fire pension and OPEB millage, as well as the Water Street debt millage, are based on need and are not subject to Headley rollback. So in total, the overall millage rates decreased from 29.2153 to 28.3071, a net reduction of approximately 0.9082 mils. So while property values are increasing, state limitations and rollback requirements significantly constrain revenue growth and help moderate the overall tax impact. So although taxable value increased by 5.3%, our property tax revenue growth is limited to the 2.7% due to state law.
The 0.98 number versus the 0.90 number at the bottom.
0.9082.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So
So that is the total change from the different millages.
thank you. Yeah. Different thing.
So yes.
So we're doing, so this, when you were talking about so I see the multiplier, so we have to go, sorry, to the 2.7%. But then the reduction fraction, is that an additional reduction then? This 98%?
There is a formula on doing. So initially, since there is an increase of 5.34%, there will be a calculation of how much reduction there will be on the millage rates too. So we don't grow more than the rate of inflation. There are certain factors that affects it. But overall, what the state wants is for the city to only collect about 2.7% in our total taxes. So if we've collected in the previous year, let's say 10 million, then you can only increase by 2.7% instead of what we've really increased, like
And then whatever that amount would be, where does that go?
It's supposed to be our taxpayers would be paying it, but it also protects our residents. So that's the main reason behind the state not wanting us to grow over, because it will be passed on to our residents. So yeah, instead of collecting 5.3% from the residents, we're gonna be collecting like 2.7 increase from residents.
Okay, so this isn't something like after we collect it and we're like, oh.
Or it's, yeah.
Mhm.
So I'm not sure where the 0.98 comes into that because it's not doing quick math and it doesn't come in anywhere. So that 0.98 goes into a much more complicated formula, and that represents what? 98% of something.
So this just shows the millage rate.
Mhm.
So if we're, because there are two parts in calculating our taxes. So one is the taxable value and how much millage rate we're gonna be levying. So it just shows that in the previous year, our millage rates was 29.2153. So this year is gonna be lower, but since our taxable value also increased by 5.3%, then you multiply the 482 million, you multiply that by the 28, and then you, as compared to last year, we had 458 million, which was multiplied to the 21.2153. That
Maybe sort of an explainer, maybe. It's the difference between actual millage and effective millage. Even though it's been reduced each year, right? We got a certain millage level, and each year, because of Headley, it's factored down
Mhm.
to
Yep.
match what we're allowed to collect, match that cap.
Yep. So if we're looking on an individual basis, like a resident, so there even though our millage rates went down, our resident is still gonna pay like an increase of around 2.7%. So,
I'll figure it out later.
Okay.
You know, there's that fraction that, and I'm just
This one, right?
not seeing the numbers that generate it. So that's the main.
Oh, Reagan, I guess to make very plain, where it says 2026 Headley millage reduction fraction 0.9821. And then where it says under total net decrease 0.9082.
Uh-huh.
Those two numbers are different, and I think you're trying to figure out what is the difference between those two numbers specifically.
Yes, Mayor. Understood. So the general operating, so it started off with 16.7690.
Okay.
So we multiply that by the millage reduction fraction of 0.9821. So now it's reduced to that 16.4688. So only the general operating, sanitation, and public transit are subject to the millage reduction fraction.
Okay.
But for the police, fire, and OPEB, those are now based on need. It's also reduced because our actuary, this is now based on what the actuary needs, or tells us how much we should contribute, that there were also reductions to it. So we see a decrease there, but it was not based on the millage reduction fraction.
So only the first line,
Verse 9, the third,
sanitation,
and then the fourth,
and
public transit.
public transit were impacted by the reduction fraction.
Mhm.
The others have reductions, but they're for different reasons. And then the red area is just you putting together for us all of those decreases together, show what the total decrease. And that makes
The
Yep.
0.9082 is the
right, the aggregate of all the decrease from each line item.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Okay. So we now move on to our personnel. So this slide shows our staffing levels across department. Overall, staffing remains relatively stable with a slight net increase of one full-time position. The primary addition is one housing inspector to support housing and code enforcement priorities. It's also important to note that we continue to apply a vacancy factor in the police department of about 5%, which has historically generated savings in prior budgets. We still have several vacant positions, particularly in police and public works, which impacts actual service delivery. So while the budget reflects full staffing levels, actual operations continue to be affected by these vacancies.
If I could add one thing about the increase in the building department, that will be covered by fees, permit fees. So that you won't see an increase in cost there.
The housing inspector.
Correct.
Okay. So how are our personnel funded? So police, fire, and general government are primarily funded through the general fund. Public Works is supported by a combination of funds, including the general fund, major and local street funds, garbage and rubbish fund, and the parking fund. So the building department is fully funded by the building fund, as mentioned by city manager, and the parking is funded by the parking fund. So this highlights that while the general fund supports core services, many operations rely on multiple funding sources to sustain service delivery. This slide outlines the framework we are required to operate based on the Uniform Budgeting and Accounting Act, which prohibits deficit spending for local governments. What this means is that the city must adopt a balanced budget each year. Revenues and expenditures must align. So to illustrate this, we've laid out 3 scenarios. In scenario 1, revenues and expenditures are equal. This represents a structurally balanced budget where ongoing revenues fully support ongoing costs without relying on fund balance. In scenario 2, revenues are higher than expenditures. This is a favorable position allowing us to build reserves or fund future needs. In scenario 3, expenditures exceed revenues. In this case, the only way to balance the budget is by using fund balance. So while this is legally allowable, it creates a structural gap because ongoing costs are higher than recurring revenues. This is key issue we are highlighting. So while we can use fund balance in the short term, it is not a sustainable long-term solution. Our goal is to move forward to scenario 1 or scenario 2 to ensure long-term financial stability. This now is our general fund budget. So building on those scenarios, this slide shows where we are today and where we are projected to go over the next 2 years. We are currently in a position similar to scenario 3, where expenditures exceeds revenue, and we are using fund balance to close that gap. So for the current year amended, we are projecting a use of fund balance of approximately 3.4 million. Looking ahead, we continue to rely on fund balance with about 1.9 million in 26-27 and 2.1 million in 27-28. This reduces fund balance from about 12.4 million to approximately 4.9 million by 27-28, after 27-28. So looking at revenues, property taxes remain our largest and most stable source, followed by intergovernmental revenues. Overall, revenues are relatively flat with modest growth, reflecting the limitations under Proposal A. On the expenditure side, salaries and benefits continue to be the largest cost driver and are increasing over time due to contractual obligations and rising personnel benefits. Operating expenses show a reduction in the proposed years, primarily due to one-time grant-funded activities in the current year that are not continuing forward. Transfers are also reduced, particularly for capital improvements, as we are planning to use previously accumulated fund balance in those funds to complete delayed projects instead of making new transfers from the general fund. So while some expenditures appear lower, these reductions are largely timing related and do not represent an ongoing structural savings. So overall, revenues are growing modestly while expenditures, particularly personnel-related costs, continue to increase, resulting in continued reliance on fund balance. So this is not sustainable long-term and will require policy decisions moving forward. General fund transfers 26-27. So this slide shows the general fund transfers approximately 1.1 million. So these transfers support key services and obligations across other funds. There is a transfer to parking fund of about 300,000, which is primarily capital-related needs, including improvements and infrastructure investments. We also have a transfer of approximately 575,000 to the garbage fund to support operations, 186,000 to the water street bond to meet debt obligations, and 100,000 to forestry to support tree maintenance and related services. As mentioned earlier, overall transfers have been reduced compared to prior years, particularly for capital improvements. This is because we are utilizing previously accumulated fund balance in those funds to complete projects rather than increasing general fund support. These transfers reflect city needs to support certain funds while managing limited general fund resources. So for 27-28, this is similar to 26-27 with a 50,000 reduction in the parking fund. General fund balance. So this slide shows city's general fund balance over time, including its components and how it compares to our policy targets. In prior years, the city maintained a relatively strong fund balance position with unassigned fund balance consistently above minimum policy thresholds. This provided financial flexibility and stability. As we move on to the current year and the proposed budget years, we see a steady decline in unassigned fund balance. This reflects the use of fund balance to support ongoing operations, as discussed in earlier slides. By fiscal year 26-27, the unassigned fund balance is approaching our minimum policy threshold. If this trend continues, by 27-28, it is projected to fall below that minimum level. So per our financial policy, this would require our city manager to formally notify council and present a plan to restore the fund balance to compliant levels. At the same time, the Budget Stabilization Fund remains intact, serving as a financial cushion for economic uncertainty. However, it is important to note that this fund is not intended to support ongoing operations. Overall, this trend highlights a structural imbalance where expenditures are growing faster than revenues. So while short-term use of the fund balance help manage this gap, it is not a sustainable long-term strategy. Moving forward, this reinforces the need to align recurring revenues with ongoing expenditures, preserve our financial stability, and prioritize city resources toward core and essential services. That is it for our general fund. If you have questions, or you want me to move on to the other funds?
Questions for general funds? Mayor Pro Tem?
With the, going back a slide, the garbage fund, we have a millage for garbage, but we're putting 575K into that now. And I seem to remember that being less in the past. Can you tell me how much that's gone up this year? I mean, we just signed a new contract with Stevens like last year, right?
So we're projecting close to 575 per year for the next 2 years. We have some reserves there. It will be presented on the later slide. We have a reserve, I think, of 600,000, and we're planning to use some of it. So it's going to be 575, but moving forward, we really need to address how that fund is being funded, so we can balance the budget instead of the general fund supporting it.
I believe last year was around $300,000, but with the new contract and other costs, it has increased. And this is Reagan will speak towards this in a later slide, but this is not a sustainable way to fund garbage. So we have to, council and staff need to look at additional ways that we can fund this service, potentially special assessment for part of it. We've done some initial analysis of how we could close this gap a bit, but it's something that we will be presenting to council at a later date.
Thanks. Because I remembered the 300,000 number.
Yeah.
That was roughly that. And I was surprised to see this was so high. The other question was the payoff time for the Water Street bond. That's a few years in the coming, right?
Yeah, it's 36.
I think it's
Oh wait, yeah, I apologize. It is 31. I was adding some years on that.
Yeah, please, no. Okay. You have a question? Councilmember McCoy?
Good evening, Mr. Director. Happy budget season. It is always good to see you for this. Investment income, where do we land and where do we think we're going to land for the next year?
We did project around 600, but if we're using fund balance, we may have to change some projections in the later dates. But we're close to 600 this 26-27, and
We think we'll land for this year. Okay, which is down. So we were as high as 900,000, if I remember correctly, a couple of years ago. Personnel, you mentioned total FTEs are around 147. Current vacant are 7. Have that right?
5 in the police and 4
9.
in the
Foreign public works.
DPS,
doing-
Public Works.
Yep.
Ooh, it could be a crossing.
So have we included a vacancy credit in the budget that you presented?
Yes, so we only did 5% under the police department,
Just under the police?
just on the police.
Very
'cause,
good, okay.
And Chief Anderson will speak about this next Tuesday, but there are several cadets starting academy, so that number will decrease.
So when they're in academy, it's not counted as a
Yeah.
full FTE. Got it.
Just in case they wash out.
Thank you, Mayor. We had, you referred to the increase in salaries, but also benefits. And if I read you correctly, we're suggesting that benefits are going up faster than, cost of benefits are going up faster than the cost of salaries. Any sense for, in percentage terms, what our costs for benefits have gone up in the last, say, 4 or 5 years?
This year, well, this year specifically, it went up 24%.
Yeah.
The past few years, it was a minimal change. And I think, what was it, 2 years ago, there was a decrease. So it's kicking back up now.
And we are currently under negotiations with some of our union. And right now, they're asking for
Yeah, so those negotiations are ongoing.
Okay. One more, I think. Well, so as you lay this out, you talked about the structural imbalance. So how many more years could we, in theory, could we keep doing this with what you said this year? We're at about $3.4 million
So by
overage. So if we keep doing that every year, when do we simply run out of fund balance?
So by 27, 28, we're already below the 2 million threshold that we want to be above, like 10% of our expenditures, which is like 2 million. Because our fund balance, not everything is available for us to spend. There are some other categories that limits us to spend those funds.
Thank you.
Councilmember Simmons?
I have some other questions that I might ask at the end, but one thing you had mentioned was how, like, pretty much singular, we have little diversification in our revenue. And so I just wanted to ask whether there are clear ways or other ways that municipalities have a more diverse revenue stream.
For a municipality like ours, it's mostly property taxes.
So pretty much like that this is kind of standard is what I guess I'm wondering. If it's standard, that this would be kind of the proportion that we would see for different revenue.
So what they did is some other municipalities, they did some income tax, which we've tried in the past, I think.
Yeah, doesn't work ever.
Okay. Well, but that would be the one main other diversity. Okay. And then
I could add, sorry to cut you off. Municipalities can, funding or revenue streams are either fees, fines, or taxes. The 3 ways that we can create revenue.
Yes. And then the other thing I noted, which I'll come back to some of the other ones, but I saw another in those areas where we are drawing from our general fund for transfers. Parking was one of them as well, as needing this transfer. And I know that part of this is because there's a plan that we're trying to work toward that we're not at yet, right? And so, but I just wanted to, I'm just noticing that because I know that this has come up a lot in terms of conversations about paid parking and things of that sort. But showing that at this point, our plan that parking isn't paying for itself, we're paying for it out of the general fund. And so as we think about opportunities to cover our costs, we are going to be looking toward these paid parking. So I just want to lift that up as knowing that this is something that's come up, and especially as we have friends from Depot Town who I know are advocating for not having paid parking. But just as we're looking at this, that right now we're covering parking costs out of our general fund. So I just wanted to lift that up as we're looking at these things too, overall, in terms of seeing what are the different expenses that are pulling for our general fund that really should be covering themselves.
Yes, that's correct. Our paid for parking is not anywhere where it needs to be. This fund should be self-sustaining. With our construction that will be going on in a few different parking lots. Meters will be added and hopefully the revenue stream to this fund will increase.
Okay. I'll save my other questions for after. Thanks.
Anything else on general fund before we move on?
Thank you, Mayor. So moving on to our other funds, the housing fund. So this fund receives an annual transfer of about 100,000 from Fund 205, which is our mental health millage. So as a result, the fund balance steadily increases over time, reaching about 326,000 by end of 27-28. At this time, the use of this fund is left for council to determine based on future priorities. Our budget stabilization fund. We begin with about 3.3 million, and the fund continues to grow steadily over the next few years, reaching about 3.9 million. The fund is supported by transfers and investment earnings, and it serves as a financial buffer for the city. This is an important tool to manage economic uncertainty and unexpected costs, especially as we see pressure on the general fund.
A question.
Councilmember Fellows?
Yeah, actually, it's 2 slides back about the housing trust fund. Since we started investing in that, I just want to look at that again because we started that last year. One more slide back. Yeah, 25 to 26, 26 to 27. So does it also show the interest accrual in there? Because this is invested as well, right?
Yeah, looks like we did not put in some investment earnings on this, but because we were projecting that eventually council will use these funds. But if we're just gonna keep it there, then probably it's gonna earn interest.
Yeah, because we started this with the last budget, there should be interest accrued, so just would like to see that reflected for the next. And that, I imagine that just interest will include accrue until we use that money.
Yeah, we'll do. We'll do some assumptions once council gives us direction. We'll add some interest earnings, investment earnings, because this fund will be invested as well.
Major Street.
Major Street?
Major Street. So our Major Street, this fund is primarily supported by intergovernmental revenue, such as our Act 51 funding, along with some investment earnings. We are seeing planned expenditures exceed the revenues over the next few years, resulting in a drawdown of about a fund balance from about 5.2 million to approximately 800,000. To balance this budget, some projects requested by our DPS director were reduced, and those details will be shared during the capital improvement plan presentation. Overall, this reflects continued investment in infrastructure while managing available resources. Local Street Fund. So with this fund, we begin with about 1.8 million. And over the next few years, we are projecting a gradual decline to the fund balance to about 916,000. Due to this depletion, several planned projects, including crack sealing, fog seal, and pavement markings, and capital alleys were removed from the budget. These projects will require an identified funding source before we can move forward. This highlights the need to align infrastructure plans with available sustainable funding.
I'm sorry, Reagan, so all of them have been removed until identified funding is
Just those three items
crack seal.
for locals.
Oh, okay.
Rock seal, fog seal, capital projects, because those two projects, based on our estimate, is gonna be $1 million, and that will fully deplete the fund. So we'll have to decide on what to do. Yes,
Thank you.
thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Get out there if you want me to.
Having troubles.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, Mental Health and Public Safety Fund. So this slide highlights the Fund 205. This fund is governed by a City Council approved resolution that limits how the resources can be used and leaves a spending decision at council direction. Currently, the fund starts with a balance of about 194,000 and is projected to grow to about 1.2 million over the next few years. This growth is primarily driven from intergovernmental revenues, about 479,000 in current year, increasing to roughly 500,000 annually going forward. On the expenditure side, spending is intentionally limited, about 50,000 in operating cost and 100,000 to the housing fund transfer each year, with the remaining balance not allocated at this time. It's also important to note that historically, this fund supported the general fund and capital improvements. However, under the current council resolution, it can no longer be used to support the general fund. So the key takeaway here is that this fund is growing significantly because revenues are being accumulated while spending decisions are being intentionally reserved for future council direction.
I could add one thing to this. This does not reflect the $300,000 that was budgeted for public restrooms. So we will adjust that. So that would bring the fund balance at the end down $300,000.
Councilmember Fellows, I feel like I can see.
Yes. Thanks, Andrew. I was going to mention that. And also this would also be good to see the line that shows the interest accrual as well.
Noted, council member. We'll add those. Thank you.
Councilmember McLean.
Thank you, Mayor. Quick follow-up on the restrooms. Is it assumed that those expenditures are one time? Or is there also plan to budget for some maintenance, or is that something that's going to fall under the Department of Everything?
Yes, there's going to be some maintenance that will be necessary in order to maintain these restrooms. We are developing the RFP per council's direction. We're to bring that RFP to council for approval. So that is in the draft, and that will largely, the route we take will largely kind of govern what we need to budget each year for maintenance.
The second question, I think, is the issue of where interest from the various funds goes, whether it stays with the fund, whether it goes to the general fund. I think that's in some cases a policy question that we have not opined on. I know that we have, in the case of the Budget Stabilization Fund, we've allowed that to accumulate. I believe that was a decision that you made, or we made in sort of an accounting way. But I think that's something we probably should be looking at, and that is one way to start to fill a little bit of a hole if we were to say that all investment earnings accrued back to the general fund.
Sorry, I'm just so I'm understanding. Are you saying that for our other funds outside of the general fund, that the earnings that they would have should flow back to the general fund? That's something.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm suggesting that we ought to talk about it. It may make sense that it stays with some of those funds, but it's also, in the case of the Budget Stabilization Fund, I actually think it's, given what you've presented to us here and a gap of $3.4 million. And as much as I've been a champion of the Budget Stabilization Fund, I think that money probably should go back to the general fund. And I think we should at least have that conversation, because anything away from the general fund now is, that's a policy decision that's going to make next year really, really painful.
Yeah, we should be recommending a policy, because I remember a conversation with the DDA as well. They were saying about the earnings of interest, but they're saying, what if there's a loss? How would that affect us? Because we are investing our money with that, because they also receive some interest earnings with their surplus funds. But accounting wise, we are required to report gains and losses based on the value of the investment. And they were saying, what if there's a loss? Are we also will they also be recognizing the loss? So I think it's important that we have a policy with regards to how investment earnings are being accumulated for each fund.
Councilmember Fellows?
Thank you. Yeah, I support the idea of having a conversation about this. I think with regard to the intergovernmental monies that come to us specifically for uses of public services like mental health services and public park services, those type of funds like Fund 205 and the Housing Trust, I think should be seen as like fund development as well. So those interest accruals stay within the fund. But I'd be interested in talking about other funding streams, those interest accruals going back to the general fund if that's a strategy. But my expectation at this point is that our funds interests are accruing within the fund allotments. And I'm interested in that conversation about the budget stabilization fund as well.
Thank you. Garbage.
So we now move on to our garbage and rubbish fund. So this fund is supported by a dedicated millage, but it also relies heavily on transfers from the general fund. So while it appears that it's balanced today, the projection shows ongoing structural deficits. As a result, the fund balance declined sharply from 612,000 to about 31,000 by 27-28. This clearly indicates that the current funding model is not sustainable. Absent action, the general fund will continue subsidizing this operation at roughly 600,000. That is a significant use of the general fund dollars that could otherwise support core services. Council will need to make policy decision on how to address this. Options include increasing the millage through a Headley override, raising user fees, and reducing service levels. This fund is brought into structural balance. If this fund is brought into structural balance, it would relieve approximately 600,000 of pressure on the general fund. So this is not a long-term deferrable issue. Policy direction will be needed to ensure the sustainability of this fund.
Councilmember Simmons?
Okay, sorry, I just want a couple quick questions also just to clarify. So one, you were saying in order to bring it into balance, it would need to be a Headley override to increase the millage.
I think he gave 3 options.
Yeah.
Raise user. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I was asking about them, but now just like to say like, okay, so that was one, which would be, what would be a process for that? And do we have an amount of what we would need to do for that?
So that would be a vote of the people to do a Headley override, and the highest we can go is 3 mils.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the last we looked at that, it was around $300,000 that would produce.
You said 3 mils would.
If we increase to 3 mils, I believe we're at 2.4-ish now. So if we increase the 3 mills, it's around 300, between 300 and 500.
Around 300,000, because we are at 483 times 0.6.
Okay, and so that, and that 300,000 just barely covers, but would cover, some of it, right? And then so there was that goes to a vote, and then there was reducing services, in terms of reducing services in terms of like, frequency, in terms of
Want to do
what is
the
picked up or.
recycling and
Mhm.
those services.
So, but yeah, so it could be moving from like every other week to once a month or something. Like, I'm wondering, like, I mean, it doesn't have to, obviously it's not today, but just I'm wondering if, as we're looking at this, what is our thresholds that we're looking at in terms of what kind of reduction of services would we be looking at in order to cover, right? So this is like, okay, doing, and you were saying this is just an increase to 3 mills because we're at 2.5 currently, about. So, but that's as much as we can go. And with that increase that we can get 300,000 with reduction of services, what would we need to look at? And, how much would those different options that we would look at bring in for reduction? And then you said a third thing, and I missed that one,
So user fees.
user fees.
So many other municipalities will bill for garbage and rubbish removal. Or as I said earlier, we could do some type of special assessment to cover, say, the recycling part of the garbage system. So those are potential of what we could do. And in terms of how we would impact the service, that would be a policy decision. If that's something that council would like to look at, staff can definitely come up with some options.
Yeah, I just was wondering because I'm like, I don't know. It's like what are the things that would make a dent, or what kinds of things we would be considering? And I have a question. I haven't thought about this at all, and it's gonna be wild, but I'm just wondering, just because we're talking about this, and it's kind of like, the cost, as we know, also with our contract is expected to continue to go up, that contract. So my question is whether we should be looking at, like, what would be the cost if this were to come in-house, if we weren't contracting it out?
It is wild.
I mean, I understand, like, I understand it's not like it's happening tomorrow. I'm just wondering if this is something that has been considered, if it's like too exponentially much more. I mean, recognizing, so anyway, I'm just wondering about that because we don't have any control of how much this contract goes up. And what we know is they will continue to go up.
So it would take a lot of money up front to buy the necessary equipment. We'd also have to add staff, which would create legacy costs. So it would not be a reduction in cost. It would be a very steep increase at the top, and then it would be an increase in terms of staff. Then you're also looking at legacy costs, more insurance and other benefits. So it would be a large increase, and it would be
because currently what comes in, so it's like a little over $1 million, right, is what comes in right now at that fund. And then we are adding each year about 300,000 to that.
Well, we're gonna be
575 for
adding
the next 2 years.
575,000 over the next 2 years.
Oh, this is just, okay, I see, this is just I'm looking at the wrong line. Okay. So yeah, so this here, and so for, so yeah, so when talking about like legacy costs, I mean, I think of those as also legacy costs, like the contracts become that too, but if we wind up going you know, it'll be close to like $2 million. Right? That's like getting closer to that.
So yes, if we were to bring that in-house, we would be spending much more than we are now.
Hmm.
And the legacy costs also you have to figure in, because we're going to continue to keep this in-house. So you're going to add to the legacy costs, you're going to add to the benefits. Then you have your retirees. So it's a much larger cost.
Mhm.
And it would keep that increasing
Mm.
essentially by retirement and then employing new people, and then you create more costs there. So it would just be compiling. So it's easiest, especially for this specific service, to outsource it.
Mhm. I mean, and I guess I also bring this up, especially as like in terms of thinking about how many folks reach out with issues with trash. And that we kind of wind up being a middle person for that too. And I think about, I'm like, wow, you know, not that I'm not trying to give Bonnie more things, but I know each time I'm like, Bonnie, you know, this person, she knows exactly what I'm talking about. And I'm like, yo, if this was in-house, I know that they would get their trash picked up. Like I feel that way. Um, because we have to keep reminding about some of the same issues. And then the other thing is, so anyway, that I understand the point. I just wanted to raise it because I'm sure that, you know, in so many years, we're going to be wind up seeing some of these same things and these costs are still going to be going up.
Sure.
And we don't have really any way to do that. And that there's other services too that people are interested in, but that because of some of these the service providers that we're not able to really explore too. So.
Sure, and then I mean that's another issue. I mean, the current disruption to this to service for some community members. We could also bid out this contract again,
Mhm.
and that's something staff is definitely reviewing. Yeah,
Said penalties associated.
penalties if we exit the contract early.
Thank you.
I saw Councilmember Fellows.
Yes, I just mostly wanted to say I support the Councilmember Simmons' idea of just like looking into it a bit more, you know, as a possible discovery thing to I know that, you know, staff has looked into it a little bit to do in-house services, but to do a more thorough analysis of what the upfront cost would be and, you know, how that might diminish over time. As I do think there's probably some redundancies there for, you know, because we're running our own recycling program. And so we have some equipment dedicated towards that and staff dedicated towards that. And we're also paying for a private company, you know, to do trash removal. So I would be curious to see what it is because I think I would be able to make a better argument along with the rest of us for increasing our rubbish millage or, you know, cost if those monies were stayed in our community and was not like going out to a private company or to mostly to executives. So if we actually kept that within labor force in and around Ypsilanti, then I think people would support it. And if it could also mean we have more control over our services and also over time, the cost would equalize or even lessen after the upfront costs, then I think it would be worth it. So I'm just saying I support that conversation, at least to open it and start thinking about it. I also supporting this out again because I did vote no on the trash service contract for this issue of just like the level of increases without any competition.
Councilmember King?
I was just wondering, how many more years do we have on the contract? And can you talk more about what reducing services would look like?
So a reduction of services could mean a lot of things. I think that's going to be a bigger policy question that we would need to discuss with council. It could be, as Councilmember Simmons says, perhaps we decrease pickups. You know, we could reduce our recycling program. There's a lot of different things, but it will need a much more thorough conversation with council. But it would be You know, it would have an impact on the residents.
Do we know how many years left on the contract?
It was just renewed not too long ago. I think we have 3 or 4 years. And Bonnie says we have 4.
That was it.
Thank you. I appreciate all the questions from my colleagues. Looking at the expenditures, the operating expenses, I'm looking at this. I want to know, and I think I know, but clarification on what's included in the salaries and benefits versus the operating expenses. I look at this and I go, the operating expenses is the contract. Is that correct? Or is there more?
Part of it is the contract, and part of it is going to be for our recycling services, our brown waste being picked up, things like that.
So the salary and benefits, that is, does this also include roughly $400,000 a year that we do for yard waste?
Correct. And this is the salaries and benefits is largely going to our environmental services. So it's essentially all the people that are doing the recycling plus the yard waste. And then operationally, there's fuel costs and different things like that.
Okay. Yard waste was typically about 400,000, 375, 395. It's probably more than that these days. There was some conversation earlier about changing the nature of this. So we belong to WARMA for recycling, and that's basically about education at this point and not about pickup. Are there other conversations about garbage pickup that would parallel that? So other municipalities in Washtenaw County, I seem to recall this conversation about Washtenaw County joining together to have pricing reductions from contracting with a single contractor and coordinating that pickup. Because when you have jurisdictions that are across the street from each other and they have completely different contracts and all that kind of stuff, I'm wondering where that is and what if there's.
So they did one RFP. It didn't produce a contractor. They wanted to do a second one, but there were jurisdictions that kind of pulled out. So they're not necessarily pulled out of the program, but they did not want to move forward with an RFP at that time. So right now it's kind of a standstill.
So there's no way to gauge how much savings we could get from that arrangement without the proposal and without everybody.
Yeah, we would have to know who's going to be it, but it's difficult to give a number without having a lot of variables answered.
Yeah, I think.
Councilman Raphael, is that a new hand?
Yes, thank you. I think it might be worth having this as a discussion item for next agenda or something within the budget conversations. I also like the idea of exploring possibly reducing like pickup days. I mean, just very anecdotally, now that we have the giant bins, I only put trash out once a month or once every month and a half. So I don't even use that service anymore. So I think it might be worth exploring for a short-term solution.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of maybe cautionary notes. One is Mayor Pro Tem mentioned the yard waste and the costs. Maybe this is a Bonnie question, but my recollection is that the costs and the savings are not necessarily one and the same. In other words, in the case of waste collection, yard waste, if we were to stop doing that completely, we wouldn't stop having the employees that do those, and consequently, any savings would be significantly less than what is assigned as the cost of the.
Yeah, that's fair.
And secondly, just my own, I'm getting some heart palpitations thinking about my own experience in Lucas County as finance director when we as a city collected our own trash. And we ultimately banded together with other jurisdictions within the county in Lucas County and offloaded that. But we had 40 trucks, and after a couple of years, the maintenance on those things just started to pile up. And we couldn't wait to get rid of that operation. That is really, really rough, and the economies of scale just did not exist for us. And that's a city of 287,000 people.
Councilmember Simmons?
Yes, I think that's helpful. I just was also thinking too that, and I know this has come up especially within DPW, because there's so many different things. As we're looking at, that some services are being taken off the list until they have other funding. So my understanding is too that even that, just thinking about one of the things with the staffing is if they're not doing this other thing, then they could be doing other things too. So while that savings wouldn't necessarily go away, it might look like an increase in services in a different area too. It's a lot to, I think, balance, and I think it's good for us to be looking at these things in their totality and how they relate to each other as well. Especially as we are going to be needing to make some of these decisions and think about them moving forward too.
Reagan.
Capital Improvement Fund. So this fund supports major projects and is funded through a combination of intergovernmental revenue and transfers. Important to note here that Water Street has been moved out of the general fund into this fund because those are short-term grants, and this helps avoid skewing the general fund. So we are seeing significant planned expenditures, which would result in a drawdown of fund balance from 2.7 million to approximately 107,000. This reflects ongoing investment in capital and infrastructure, but also highlights that the future projects will require identified funding sources to remain sustainable. The parking fund. So this fund is supported by fines, permits, grants, and transfers. We are projecting a transfer from the general fund of about 300,000 in fiscal year 26-27 and 250,000 in fiscal year 27-28 to support capital investments. The fund balance remains relatively stable, ending about 89,000. Overall, while operations are fairly steady, the fund continues to rely on general fund support for larger capital needs.
Mayor Protem?
I have a question about that. So there were comments earlier about that being sustainable. With the capital improvements that are scheduled, do we have a projected date of sustainability?
So we do not. Those capital expenses are largely to replace aging meter kiosks. Once we have the parking lot reconstructed, or the several parking lot reconstructed, we will be metering those as well. So there'll be another capital cost. If not this year, potentially we would have to amend the budget in future years in 26 or 27, 27 or 28 to see how close we are to metering those. We could also look at an increase in user fees to cover that as well.
Follow-up to that is we have this large parking lot that is at Frog Island that we have not capitalized on.
Correct.
We're looking at grant money to do that paving and restructuring, and then if that becomes a paid lot, how does that figure into that calculation as well? So one-time cost, if we're getting that through grants or some other non-renewable source, and that covers the entire cost, then metering and things like that, that's left to us.
Correct.
And then, so we put that capital into that. And then, if there's a projection somewhere, I'd like to have that included in that cost in terms of the number of spaces that are typically there, because I know that's a fairly large lot, right?
Yes, and that construction of that lot will occur later this summer.
Yep. That's upcoming.
Good, thanks.
Councilmember Sims.
This is just like a clarification too, as you were talking about the metering. Does it matter if you do it by like each space specifically or by a zone, like zoning metering?
So Bonnie's been looking into that, and zoning is one of the things that she has spoken about. And so we're definitely leaning in the way of zones, because that
Yeah.
it'll make it less expensive.
Yeah, cool. That's what I was thinking. And then also it also promotes the, one of the things that people have talked about with parking is for people to be able to move around and be able to stay in our business districts longer. And so that gives another like possibility for that too, because you can move within the space. So great. Thank you.
Councilmember McLean.
Thank you, Mary. I think in some ways you started answering this, but it makes me wonder if we've done calculations on payback. So if we are to put in infrastructure for parking, for example, how much does that cost and how long would it take to recover those costs? And one might ask if there's a tipping point beyond which we would say maybe we shouldn't put the infrastructure in to require payment in the first place. If it were a 2-year type thing.
With these lots,
10 years, it's different.
Frog Island is the state gave us funding for reconstruction of that. The DDA is paying for the freight house in Ballard Street lot, and there's been some talk about the North Huron lot as well. So right now, it's really not costing the city any funding at the moment. But if we were to put in,
So for the meters though, right?
definitely meters, yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, we could definitely provide a time frame on when we would pay that back.
Yeah, and how many years of parking revenue would need to be brought in to cover that?
A motor pool. This fund is primarily supported by charges for services to departments and some other funds, along with some investment income. Operations are relatively stable, with revenues generally covering expenditures. While total fund balance appears strong, a significant portion is already invested in capital, such as vehicles and equipment. Looking ahead, we have a 2 million fire truck is planned to be purchased in fiscal year 27-28, which we plan to finance through a loan and will include ongoing interest costs. So overall, this fund remains stable, but future capital commitments will impact its financial position.
Thank you, Mayor. On the fire truck, are there not still some grants pending on that?
Yes, we have a lot of asks out for funding for those trucks, both T1 and E3. So we're waiting to hear about some congressional directed spending, as well as some other grants that Chief Hobbs has applied through FEMA and other state grants. So fingers crossed.
Okay, we now move on to our debt service funds. So Water Street Bond is payable through 2031. We currently have about 4.2 million in outstanding debt, with annual principal payments of about 760,000. These are funded through a combination of a tax millage and the general fund. We also have water and sewer bonds through YCA with about 3.8 million outstanding, funded through water and sewer charges. Overall, our debt levels are manageable, but they represent ongoing commitments that must be incorporated into our long-term financial planning. So this slide shows the city's debt capacity and the ability to manage debt. We currently maintain an A1 rating from Moody's, which reflects strong creditworthiness. We are well below our legal debt limit with about 4.9 million in outstanding debt. More importantly, this indicates not just capacity to borrow, but also the capacity to repay debt through our existing revenue streams. So while the city has room to take additional debt, any future borrowing should be evaluated based on our ability to sustain those payments over time. So, as I said a while ago, this is our future commitment. This is the 2.1 million investment already approved by council to support reliable emergency response and firefighter safety. So this unit was ordered in May 2025 to secure production capacity with delivery expected in 27-28. This replaces an aging equipment and ensures we can respond effectively to multi-story fires and complex rescues. As a proposal, we're thinking of financing it over 15 years with a 10% down payment. So this would result in an estimated annual cost of about 190,000. But eventually, we will let council know to decide on how we're gonna fund this.
Related question to this. So this, we get, when I looked at the budget book, we still conservatively assess
PA 289.
funding from the state for EMA. And how much of that is going into the motor pool fund for this particular?
I don't believe we have that for any of that funding going there. It's more for the operation.
That's all operational funds. It's okay. Thanks.
So eventually what's gonna happen, council member, is there's gonna be higher costs in the motor pool, and then the general fund will now have to contribute more, which we get from the funding, PA 289 funding.
So it's not directly linked, but it does influence the available funds in the general fund.
Yes.
So fund balance summary. This slide provides a summary of fund balances across all major funds. The general fund shows a planned drawdown reflecting the structural gap we've discussed. The budget stabilization fund continues to grow and serves as an important financial buffer. Major and local street funds are declining due to ongoing infrastructure investments. The mental health millage is growing, with future use to be determined by council. The rubbish fund and capital improvement funds show pressure with limited remaining balances. Parking and motor pool remain relatively stable, though both rely on ongoing capital needs. So overall, this summary highlights where we are financially and where we need to focus on sustainability and future funding strategies. Next steps.
So next steps are next Tuesday, we'll have the departmental presentations, also the capital improvements plan. And then the 19th will be the second reading. I would ask if council wants to see any models of how to cut costs or anything like that. If they would just email me and Reagan, we can create those for you either by the 12th or the 19th to give us some lead time so we can make sure to have that information for you. I have some already, but if you think of anything else, just let us know.
Are there any additional questions for Reagan or the city manager on this presentation overview? Councilmember Simmons?
Yes. Well, one is this is the first thing isn't a question. I just wanted to say that I feel like the presentation was worth the wait. I felt like it was really informative, easy to understand. The citizen guide to finances and some of that information, like I appreciate. I think it helps like to make it more legible. So I think that that's Good, so thank you. Then the other question that we haven't covered yet, was around, oh, well, this is just a question in terms of thinking about, again, this is just like wild thoughts. I'm just trying to think about, as we're talking about revenue, we're talking about different things, and is we're thinking about other conversations. So one is around Water Street and thinking about, we're in this process of thinking about what the community wants to see there and all of these different things. And so another kind of thing that has come up has been around like public recreation and meeting space and things like that, and whether having something like that then would be able to be a revenue source for the city, like if that's something else for us to consider or what that might look like. Obviously, again, there's obviously costs that go into that with staff and things like that, um, but yeah, I guess I was just wondering like how, this might not be the year to think about it yet since we're going through that process, but just whether these are things also that staff are considering in terms of thinking about the range of what kind of revenue we could have. I guess I was just.
Is that a question?
Is that a question?
I thought it was a
It's just-
comment. Okay.
I was just saying, like, is it something, and like, if these are things that we can consider, in terms of what that might look like in terms of a future revenue stream.
Well, it depends on what it is. Recreation and things like that, the fees have to just cover costs. So it's not always fees aren't always the best way to increase revenue. We have to abide by both. So, but that's the unfortunate thing is there's limited tools that we have, especially in this state.
Yeah. Any money. Other than the base cost. Anything else?
That was it for now. Thank you.
No, I was just gonna make a comment. Go for it.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to maybe echo some of Councilmember Simmons' comments. I thought the presentation good. We've talked for a couple of years about doing more to make the budget more understandable and readable to a layperson, and I think we've accomplished some of that with this. So thank you. Thank you for that. But you've presented in some pretty charts and graphs a really ugly picture, right? I mean, we have a real challenge in front of us. And so, I mean, I don't know what the number is, but 3.4 million probably isn't it. We want to try to get that down somewhere, or we're really going to pay the piper next year. And so I'd like to ease into if we can at minimum. And I think it's not going to be something that we'll accomplish completely in this budget cycle and this process in the next month, but something that we're going to have to be grappling with over the course of the next year as we think about both the revenue side and the expenditure side.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate the presentation. This is always been a difficult conversation to have. I just did want to commend my colleagues. I've sat through a lot of these, and this is the most engaged that I've seen council as a whole be in terms of budgeting. And I've sat through here where I'm the only one asking any questions, and to have everybody coming forward with really great questions and comments and directions for staff. And I hope they appreciate that too, that there is way more engagement now than there was 5 years ago in terms of the budget process. So I just want to say thank you to all of you for doing that. Diversifying revenue streams, that's kind of hard unless we've talked about, grants, procurement, and the staff laughs and says, yeah, what we need is grant management. But you know, how we go about doing that. You know, some of our neighboring jurisdictions do that by setting up speed traps and getting that revenue, which is very interesting. And we do have a speeding problem, so I'm not, I'm half joking, but seriously, there are limited, we have limitations to our police staff, and that is problematic, but that could be something that kills two birds with one stone. Like, we're raising revenue by getting these people that are going through our community at 70 miles an hour. And I know that's a hard allocation of resources to get, but I think there's some room for improvement on both of those things.
No, I appreciate
That's
that.
it.
Thank you. Are any further comments from council?
Thank you for the presentation.
Yeah, this was a really good presentation. I agree, and I think there was more engagement because we understood it better as well by the way that it was presented. And so I thank you for this, and I look forward to the department presentations because that's what we get into the real stuff. So thank you.
Maybe I could. So along those lines, also, please thank your staff
Yes.
from us as well.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you very much. Okay. Mayor Pro Tem,
Can I
yeah.
offer one more thing? It did not go unnoticed that operation costs are also increasing due to litigation. So we have suffered through this in a number of ways, and it has financial impacts, not just in terms of our city attorney's time and other required personnel from specialization outside of your specialization. But our insurance has gone up as well. Our legal insurance has gone up as well. So, I'm hoping that we can, through policy changes, get to the point that we're no longer getting sued at the drop of a hat by any. That goes to say, but that has been an increasing cost, and it has been a significant drain on our resources. So, not quite sure what the specific policies are that we need to enact to do that, but this is something, and so that also governs a lot of decisions that we make on the dais in terms of what is our legal liability for those things, and are there other ways besides sticking our neck out for that we can address the issues that are on the table.
Valid. Thank you. All right, it's back to you, because you have our first ordinance, our only ordinance today.
Oh, right, thank you.
1463. It is.
Oh, there we go. All right, so which one? Resolution number 2026-105. Resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti that the proposed ordinance entitled 2026-2027 tax levy ordinance be approved on first reading, and I so move.
Moved by Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen, supported by Councilmember Tucson. We just had some presentation, but city manager, anything?
Nothing further. This is just approving the millage rates for this coming year.
Great, and so I will open the public hearing. If anybody in the audience would like to address council on our tax levy ordinance for this year, please raise your hand. And if you're on Zoom, please feel free to raise your hand as well.
No one has their hand up.
Great, thank you. Mayor, once you're done with that, you can close our public hearing.
Resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, the public hearing for ordinance number 1463, the 2026-2027 tax levy ordinance be officially closed, and I so move.
Moved by Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen, supported by Councilmember Tucson. All in favor of closing the public hearing, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Questions, comments, discussion on the millage rates? Whoa, you have one?
Yeah, I mean, just to the point, we've just had this conversation about how much we can increase taxes, and I think the slide that shows that we're only getting 46% of the city taxes is important. We have the highest taxes in the county. And that has always been a detriment to people wanting to move here. People that move here then get here and look at the tax rate and then go away because they can't afford it. Right? So we've talked about different things in terms of how we educate people and how we require information about the uncapping of taxes on long-standing properties. And I think that's important to have that conversation. But the other thing that affects us when I look at all the stuff that is not included, all the stuff that goes to the county. And so every time a millage comes up and people continually vote for these things, we get put into a category in the county, and I've seen this with the township as well, is that they vote consistently within that municipality or that jurisdiction against a countywide millage, and then get outvoted by other people. And so I just want to point to that and say that a lot of these millages that are focused on a county-wide, we pay, our buy into that is maybe limited, but we still get stuck with that. So those are something for people to think about when they're voting for those things. It's like, if you don't like high taxes in the city of Ypsilanti, then think about, going out to your county representation and say, this is affecting us in a way that is beyond what the western part of the county is getting. And I know some of the rural communities there are also experiencing this kind of stuff. So they don't have the infrastructure that we have and things like that, but so their local taxes are not as bad. But with the increase in county millages and our limits in city funding, I want to caution people to think about how those millages are approached.
Councilmember Simmons? No?
No, I'll hold my conversation on tax policy and the failures of different levels of government for later.
All right. If there's no further discussion, please call the roll.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Councilmember Tucson, you have our consent agenda.
Indeed, I do. So resolution number 2026-107 resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti that the following items be approved. First, resolution number 2026-108 approving the minutes of the regular meeting of April 21st, 2026. Number two, resolution number 2026-109 declaring 326 East Michigan blighted in accordance with Act 381 and recommending that the Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners make a similar determination to allow the Youth Arts Alliance to be eligible to apply for a local brownfield revolving fund grant for the Washtenaw County Brownfield Authority. And finally, resolution number 2026-110 approving traffic control orders as listed and adopting ordinance number 1462 entitled 2026 Spring Traffic Control Orders upon second and final reading, and I so move.
Support.
By Councilmember Tucson, supported by Councilmember McLean. Please call the roll.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Councilmember McLean, you have 2026-102. That was the tabled resolution.
Thank you, Mayor. Resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas the Depot Night Cruise Night is an event that has occurred every summer for over 30 years, and whereas the event is open to the public without charge, and whereas Depot Town businesses see economic benefit from the event, now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Ypsilanti approve the MOU with the Depot Town Economic Development Corporation to hold a cruise night on Thursday nights between the beginning of June until the end of September for a period of 3 years, and I so move.
Or
Been moved by Councilmember McLean, supported by Councilmember Tucson and Mayor Pro Tem.
Council, this was brought at the last meeting. I just wanted to make some points before discussion begins. I did make some of the changes to the agreement that was brought up by council, indicating that we are not going to do the cleanup prior or post that the event. Also, there was some discussion regarding that council's never waived fees in this way. This is very similar to the MOU that we hold with Growing Hope to close down Washington Street for their farmers market. So it's similar to that. I requested that the applicant submit a fee waiver request. So I did put that application at your spot at the dais, as well as I emailed it today. If council wishes to just do a single year, I don't think it would make sense to do the MOU, and I would request that it would just be a fee waiver. And that's all the updates I have.
City Manager, Councilmember McLean.
Thank you, Mayor. Several people I want to thank through this process, and it has really been a process. First, to Peter Church and to his colleagues, I commend you for, number one, coming forward early. At least it was early when you first came forward, and approaching me, approaching some of my colleagues, and coming forward with, I think, the idea of a multi-year plan to kind of add some to make this something that we didn't have to go through this sometimes painful process every single year, and to give us some knowledge of what's going to happen in the future. I also want to thank the city manager, who's been looking for creative ways to put this together, and who put together that MOU. And so I'm hoping that we will both stick with not only the full fee waiver, but also the full MOU and the full 3 years, because I think this is not only is it shouldn't be out of the ordinary, but it should be something that we look to do perhaps with other organizations as well, rather than constantly having these one-off conversations that sometimes bleed into the period when the organization is actually trying to put on the event. So I certainly hope that this isn't something that will go on past tonight, because I think they would like to get on with it. The weather is in June is coming. And so again, thanks to those who did work on this, and it's my hope that we can move it forward tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Simmons.
Yes, thank you. I have just a couple of quick things. Thank you for sharing kind of, similar or another time when we've done like this MOU. Although I think, with the market, it's like a direct service. So it's kind of, yeah, I'll take kind of the point. One of the things I was thinking about as a question was what this would look like with the Cross Street Bridge closed, and how that overlaps with this timing for the MOU. Like obviously it would have to be a lot different because now the cars are parked up the bridge. So, that feels like that'll be a major change. And how would that be managed with that change and that closure? The other thing, when I was looking at the fee waiver too, the dates were a little different, and so they didn't go into the end of September for that. So I'm not sure what that kind of difference is, but it kind of lends to something else that I've heard from folks where people have asked about whether the time can be compressed. So as opposed to from June through September, time can be less than that. And or for the variety of the, as opposed to it being every week, whether it's
once a month or every other week or something like that. So that's some other things that people have brought forward. I think that, I'm sure that there's really some reasons that people did not, as they were doing outreach or things, kind of left off the Ward 3 reps, which I know Rep King has forwarded some of that information and things to us. So I'm guessing there's some good reason, but I think the challenge is that Ward 3 residents come to us with like what the challenges are, or when they're like, why is it like this? Or we're more likely to be able to talk to people directly who kind of are impacted in a different way. Because even with looking at the um, the businesses that sign off, a lot of them are actually closed during that time anyway. So, and they don't necessarily live in the area. So they're not necessarily feeling the impact of it the same way as the residents who live right there and who kind of use that throughway in a regular. So that aside, but just to name that, one of the things I've been trying to do is just try to get a sense of like, well, what is it that people who kind of do feel that impact kind of feel about it, and what are some ideas that people have? I think that most people, no, I haven't heard, well, I shouldn't say I haven't heard anybody, but few people I think are like, we don't want cruise nights. I think a lot of people do appreciate and enjoy what they bring to the city and things of that sort. Obviously, we've also received some businesses that are like, no, this actually provides a nuisance or an issue for us. So it's not just one way, but I do think that, I do think about whether there's these things, other ways to think about the, just like how long they are. So I'm definitely interested in pursuing the fee waiver, in part because unless there's already been like a plan or like thinking about how things would change with the closing of the bridge.
So when the bridge is closed, it's going to be delineated where it's closed at, so they would just be able to park up to that point. So that it will be easy to manage simply because of.
But it would be a big
It would
reduction.
be a reduction, but
Yeah.
it would still be the same fees that they would,
Mm-hmm.
that would be being waived.
Mm-hmm.
Councilmember King?
I would just say, repeating some of the stuff that Councilmember Simmons said, for me, it was a little weird that the Ward 3 reps were not included. And also, did hear there on social media, only my email address, Councilmember Tucson's email address, and Mayor Brown, those were the addresses that they told residents to target instead of the entire council. So we did get some emails that I did share with the rest of council, but I will move to amend this to 1 year and to pay half of the fees.
Moved by Councilmember King to amend this to a fee waiver then instead of the MOU? Is that
Correct. And I say that also after speaking with staff today, and they stated to me that some of the implications in here puts the city in a bad position.
There's been a motion?
Yeah, so you're saying just to move to accept the fee waiver that
to
we would
cover
provide.
half, because I know, Andrew, you submitted more information today. We have two different, one of the fees is, I got clarity today, is 4,500, correct?
So what's
2,900.
Say it one more time.
okay? Yeah, so
2,935 is the fees.
Okay.
Okay, I'm sorry, 2,935.
35. The September, I just went off their application. They had 6/4 to 9/24 on the application for the event. I didn't receive it was provided staff, but I did not receive the fee waiver application until yesterday.
Mm-hmm. But in the fee waiver, I think it went until,
August.
yeah.
7th.
It's 27.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so then that would be what we would be going. So it'd be the June, you said June 4th to August 27.
I don't know. There's an inconsistency there. I would
Is it-
suggest having the operator come up and clarify.
You can come forward. You can come forward. You submitted the application because in the narrative it says till September right underneath it. So there are two different timelines in it. Can you please approach? You have to approach us, please. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I appreciate that clarification. So when we started this process, that's in February, right? And we had no idea what the fees would be. And so we turn in a request for special events. And then they get back with us and tell us how much that's going to cost.
And was that, I'm sorry, was that the incorrect amount? This?
Yeah, well, that was, yes.
Okay.
So, but in addition to that, we also got the corrected amount in short order. And we looked at what we could afford, basically, in terms of not just the fees, but operations. And so we also, in the process of talking to people for the fee waiver, heard that they thought it's a little bit long.
Mhm.
It was kind of mixed. On the plus side, if you go until the end of September, the EMU students are back. And they did enjoy. It's a lot more vibrant. It's like something's going on down there, especially on a Thursday. And so that was helpful. On the other hand, it does strain our ability to support, with our other costs outside of fees to go that many weeks. And so after I had originally provided the request for an event, once we got the feedback, we did reduce it to what you said, August 27th would be the last. And the reason for that also is that, so Labor Day comes up next week. People are either heading out of town or making some plans for Labor Day. And so that never was a very big cruise night. So then there's just 3 other cruise nights. And it's a beautiful time of year. It's really great if we could afford it. But yeah, so we decided we would cut it off at 27th. A lot of people are upset with me about that. But I mean, we have to try and work within our means and also take into consideration what some other people want. I think that Claire has some great events planned for later on in the summer. And hopefully we can just kind of keep things going, which is really the main point.
Yeah, thank you.
you.
No, that's definitely helpful because I was like, did we change the way we did fees when I saw that number in there? So I was like, of course, they're probably really upset. But I'm glad that you all got the correct information of like what the actual cost is and that it's not what was it, 25,000? So, yeah, so the 29,35, and that's for the whole summer.
Yeah, there's the $500 deposit. Yes, thank you.
That's part of that number.
Correct.
That would be
Yeah, the deposit, assuming there's no damage or anything, it would go back to the applicant.
okay. And then so that is this deposit wouldn't be part of what would be what we would waive. That would be something that would be paid and then returned.
It's up to council. You could do it that way. You could waive everything, or you could, it's really whatever.
What do we typically do?
The motion on the table is, or was there a second to that motion? Okay.
No.
A conversation went on
Yeah, it
for
started-
clarification, so I think it's still on the table, but it was just conversation.
Well, it's not on the table because it didn't get a second. They went into conversation, so it would need a second.
So can we get clarity on what we normally have done in the past? That was the last question I had.
In the past,
As far as deposit.
it's It's a range of different things. Council has waived all the fees, council has waived half, not including the deposit. It's really whatever council wants to do.
So I guess I want to restate the motion then to change it from a MOU to just 1 year and waiving half of the fees. Now that we know the fee amount is $2,935.
There's a motion. All right, there's no support, so the motion fails. The original resolution is breaking those apart. Councilmember McLean.
We've had some discussion, thank you, Mayor. We had some discussion last time and we've had some now again tonight about whether or not we should do all the fee or part of the fee. I'm glad that Mr. Church brought up the fact that there are other expenses. So when we talk about waiving all the fees, it's important to note that we may be talking about waiving the fees for the city, but we're not talking about waiving all the fees for the event. There are significant other fees involved. And to the issue of kind of what have we done in the past, I think the city manager hit the nail on the head. We've been all over the place. And this 3-year plan is in part meant to address that, to provide some clarity and some clear expectations going forward.
Oh, just one question. So the August 27th date is in the fee waiver. Would that just automatically be a part of the MOU? Because that wasn't the date in the MOU.
Yeah, that would.
It'd just be the date. Okay.
Which would be the date, the August 27th or
It'd be the August 27th since that's
What they
what's
said.
there.
Okay.
or the fee waiver?
Councilmember Simmons.
Yeah, I would like to motion that we move to accept the fee waiver, the 1-year fee waiver.
Support.
Been moved and supported to accept the 1-year fee waiver request. Discussion.
Can we hear from staff?
Staff above.
I think, Andrew, you also have some information about why potentially we should move to 1 year versus the 3-year MOU? No?
No, I have no opinion on that. If that's the will of council, then that works. I just wanted to provide council an opportunity to either just waive the fees or pass the MOU. I just don't feel an MOU is necessary if it's only 1 year.
Only 1 year, but you could still choose to do 3 years, is what you're saying. Mayor Pro Tem.
I have general questions that are not particularly aligned with that, but in terms of the packet information, and I'm looking at the there have been comments about buy-in from the businesses there, and I'm looking at the sheet. It's on page 90 of 102 in our packet, and it's got all of the cross street businesses listed. And so there's pluses and minuses, and there's 2 with yellow highlights, and one is 734 Brewing, and one is Depot Town Tattoo. Is that yellow marking that they were not approached or they did not respond?
I'm sorry, you have to approach the podium. It's okay.
I was the one that went around and talked to all the businesses
Right.
and heard all of their concerns and everything. And for Depot Town Tattoo, part of it was a timing thing. The person I talked to, he had a lot of input, and I had some creative ideas to offer to them, and also some adjustments to how or what for the happenings, for how to like bring more engagement and make it more family friendly, or to help the other businesses in creative ways. And so something for the tattoo guys was that I needed to go back on a Thursday. So basically it was a time thing. So I wasn't able to reapproach the guys on a Thursday to talk to them. But I easily can and could and have some really great ideas that I think they would be open to. I also have some connections that will really bridge their business and the car show and all of that together. So that's one of the things I work on a lot is how to be interactive with the businesses. And it's not just me, it's also working together with the businesses creatively to do all of the things that we're trying to do. And then for 734, they were never open. And so, but part of it was it's just a timing thing, you know, for my availability and when we needed to get the signatures in by. And yeah, so I think that covers that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. That was it?
Yeah, well, yeah. I'm curious about why the reasons for 1 year versus 3, and you kind of touched on this last time, but if you could, give your reasonings for reducing it to 1 year.
So I would say one of the reasons is even when the young lady came up and spoke, she talked about different fundraising things. So we don't have all that information of what kind of money this event brings in, how many people, all of that. So things can change from 1 year to the next. So that is really one of the big reasons for me.
Thank you.
Because I'm wondering, can some of those fundraising, like, can that go to this cost? We know all events. Again, I said I throw a block party every year. The street closure, that is waived because every neighborhood gets one block party per year, but it's still a lot of fees that I come out of my pocket and I work with my neighbors to cover all of those fees. So every event has fees beyond what wants to be waived today. And I would ask if Bonnie could come and talk. I took some notes earlier, but I don't have those notes somehow. But I was just wondering if you could come and just mention some of the things about the 3 year, yeah, versus the 1 year that we discussed earlier.
Yeah.
No, I apologize. I wasn't prepared to speak tonight. So generally when an MOU comes up, I go through it and I look at it with a critical eye because this is my job. So please don't take this as any sort of grumpiness with Depot Town Cruise Nights. I think it's a lovely event. I think it brings a lot of vibrancy, as Mr. Church said, to the community. Some of the things that we see with every event is we'd like to have clearly defined physical boundaries. That's not described in the MOU. That is something that we can do in a regular old event application and fee waiver process. The MOU is by and with the Depot Town Cruise Nights, but all the bills are payable by and to the Depot Town CDC. That's a pretty simple legal check mark, but that would need to actually be addressed. My phone's going off, sorry. It's
Again.
Some of the responsibilities aren't really clearly elucidated, so some of them about, well, who does clean up? What does cleanup entail? Is the city going to be expected to sweep the streets? We've had issues where not Depot Town Cruise Nights, but other nights that have received sponsorships or fee waivers, believe that to be carte blanche to request the world of the city, and we want to ensure that there's specificity. Clarity breeds good partnerships, and I prefer clarity in most of my longer term agreements whenever possible. Agreements like, the railroad isn't discussed. How far away do we want people from the railroad? Again, that goes to the physical boundaries. One of the things that we're going to be requesting and that we have been requesting of a lot of the city-sponsored events is more data about who attends these events. So is this primarily something that serves as a tourism draw? Is this something that is meant for locals? Do we see a lot of youth? Do we see some more of our wiser members of the community So is this a growing event? Is this a fading event? What are the trends over time? What are the economic impacts to the businesses? Is this overall a boon? Are there businesses that are seeing a decline? So a lot of these can be answered with a little bit more discussion with some of the event organizers. These aren't discussions that we've had, at least as at my staff level. So a lot of this is simply more information is needed in order to have, I think, an easier partnership going forward. And as Andrew has said, there's fee waivers are absolutely within your purview. Staff doesn't have an opinion. And Depot Town Cruise Nights can be a wonderful event. I know that it is and often is a wonderful event. Not to place any value judgments out there. But I want to see it succeed and I want to see it be additive. And I love to have metrics because I'm a giant nerd, as you all know. And to be able to see, well, is this helping Depot Town Cruise Nights grow? Are there opportunities that we can support them differently in order to help them grow? Is growth something that we do want here? You know, fun questions like that. So.
Thank you. Councilmember King, were you done with your question?
Yeah, that was all.
Councilmember Simmons?
No, just to say this is helpful too. And I think even, you know, a lot of times when we've had different things for, you know, when other waivers or some of that, we do ask about attendance and things. And so maybe this could be one of those things too, where we can kind of approach seeing like where we are, but to say, let's use this year to kind of to gather some of that information more intentionally, and then to best understand how it's something that's really benefiting the full district and, you know, overall the city, as well as all of our visitors that come for it. And because that's another thing, like to me, it's like when we think about, when you're talking about like why 1 year over multiple years, I also think about it in terms of, you know, when we do like the grants or even the youth mini grants, we ask people to come and to share information around some of that, you know. So I think that we ask for details, you know, even for smaller events, we ask them like, what does their outreach look like and some of that. And so maybe this gives a good opportunity to figure out some of that. And then also some of these different fundraising things. Like I think of something that runs each week for that amount of time. I'm thinking what some of the investment from the other investments for the community that could be possible. So yeah, anyway, I appreciate kind of some of those thoughts. I don't think of it as critical. I think that a lot of these things is positive. So we want positive things.
I could add one thing. What Bonnie brought up are definitely good ideas, but none of that is policy. So it is up to council what they would like to do with this. If council just wants to go with just the fee waiver, that's fine. But I would say in general, our special events procedures need to be fine tuned, which I know Bonnie is going through with her team. And also, many other communities don't allow fee waivers. It might just be that we need to look at our fees and adjust our fees, that they're more in line with other communities. But that's again, another policy decision.
Well, and to something, sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
To something that Andrew brought up and that we've brought up before, a lot of communities don't do fee waivers because these events and these sorts of events are often put on by the communities themselves or their DDAs. So that does make it difficult to find comparables.
Okay, well, I saw Mayor Pro Tem, then Councilmember McLean, and then Councilmember Fellows.
Thank you. So the difference between in your mind, in your comments, the difference between the MOU and a fee waiver is you'd like those metrics to be structured into there, and the comment is that it's not currently policy, but I can see the value to doing that. And so I appreciate that. One of the things about the fundraising, it's mentioned in here that the DDA had contributed in the past and that they're not now, and I'm not sure why, because I had voted against this a few years ago, because I thought it was more appropriate that the DDA help fund this. And so I'm curious about why the DDA is not funding this to some extent, but I appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Councilmember McLean.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the comments as well. I think a lot of interesting questions, a lot of things that should be asked, but nothing to me rises to the level of causing us to delay what I hope we will do still tonight. One of the things that I've talked to some of you about is the idea that I'm going to bring forward at some point in the near future. I would like to do some kind of a survey to get a sense for how easy Ypsilanti is to do business with. And while these are all good questions to ask, we are so bureaucratic. We make it so hard. We're talking about $3,000, less than $3,000. If my math is right, 1/1000th of the amount of our budget, somewhere in that range. And people come forward and say, we're willing to put in our time and our effort, and they're not getting paid for this, as far as I know. And they want to do something good for our community, and we make it so hard. And I think there would be great value in simply having some knowledge that this could go forward for 3 years.
Thank you. Councilmember Fellows. Oh, you're muted.
Sorry, I was muted. I mean, I agree with the points that some things get belabored a lot for very small amounts. Like it makes me think about the facilitator fee for Yodit that took 3 meetings to talk through. I do think a lot of this could be avoided if we have a better policy with a more fair fees and keep in consideration that we don't have a Parks and Recs department, so we're kind of relying on orgs and groups to come forward and kind of fill a gap. So, something that keeps those considerations in mind is a fairer price, but still adds value in the very metriced ways like Bonnie brought up, and contribute some fees to the city, as we were just discussing that we need those monies. So I look forward to having a conversation about this because I think we're in the season again of the fee waivers, and my feeling is that I don't really want to deal with all of that, and I think half fees waiver for everyone that asks is about as far as I want to go. I know others might disagree with me on that, but I just don't want to be the one that has to be critical or judgmental of each org's efforts. I think all orgs that come and bring something to the city and ask for something can um, do so without personal thoughts, opinions on it. So I'm just, I would like to come up with a better system for this. Other than that, I agree with conversation about just keeping it to a year fee waiver fees and coming up with a plan for next year, or just changing our whole fee schedule to be a little bit more accessible for orgs.
Thank you. I know we talked about this already, but I have to go back to the actual total of the fee waiver because I feel like when I'm looking at this number, the 2935, that is based on the dates all the way through September. And that's why I asked originally if we would be talking about the August 27th date. Is that 2935 till August or till September? Because that number is on the original application all the way till September 24th.
So sorry, I'll get the mic. On the application, it looks like it was charging. Oh, it doesn't
It's
go up.
8. It says 8.
So that's
Yeah, it says 8
Lane per
closures.
day.
So that would still fall in with that because there's more than 8 closures here.
Mm-hmm.
So repeat that.
Yeah, wait, what?
It's more than 8 closures, but it's
Yes.
only listed as 8. Like they're charging only for 8, but we really should
Right,
be
it should be
charging for
More?
13.
Yeah, because that doesn't even get to the end of
It's
August.
basically 11.
So one of the fun things about the fee schedule and the adopted policy is that recurring events have a lower rate because everybody knows what to expect. So this would likely come below 2935 with the removing September from the equation. I don't have that number in front of me. But yeah.
No, I understood that. I just, earlier in the conversation, it was stated that this is the amount for those dates. And I just wanted to clarify because what we got on the original application was the full time. So I figured it would be less than the 2935 because it's less dates now.
Yep, 2935 is the amount for the time period for which they initially applied.
So that the waiver will actually be less, so we would not be able to, for instance, put the exact date, but for like under that number, it couldn't be that.
Yeah, so it 4 of these dates would fall off. It depends on how council, the motion on the floor is to forgive all the fees.
Right.
So that we would recalculate it, what that number would be, and we could let council know, or if council wanted to amend this and do a percentage of the fees, we just,
No, I was just asking that because the fees were discussed from the 4,500 to the, I wanted folks to know what we're talking about is all.
correct. This is this minus 4
Right.
dates.
The 4,500 is what we've charged
In the
in,
past.
yeah,
Oh, yeah, we just threw out a lot of different numbers, so I just
Yep.
wanted to be clear to what we were talking about.
a lot of numbers, yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I would offer a friendly amendment to the motion to include the dates through September, because that is the dollar amount that we're talking about. And I know it's not on the application, but instead of going from till August 27th to go to September 24th.
I would. In the discussion, it sound from Mr. Church, it seemed that that was a purposeful decision to go to the end of August because the following is
Labor Day.
Labor Day and those things, so that they were purposefully trying to reduce from all of September to going to the end of August.
If you're gonna, yeah, you have to come up to the mic, but I believe you're correct that Mr. Church told us that was.
So yeah, Andrew, the fees are calculated based on 10 weeks. 10 weeks. And so we start June 4th. And so it's June, 4 in July, and 4 in August. So that's 10.
So you'd be losing dates. It's more dates than that. Right, because like in July, there's 5 dates on here.
Mm-hmm. And we're just saying and
There's
in
11
our
total.
11 days.
11 total.
Okay.
Yes, and based on what we have, it says 8. So
So,
that's why
but
we
the
were
fees were calculated based on the 11, which is how much per night? It was,
Amount of months.
as opposed to instance.
So 3 months would really be 12, right? Or no?
4 months at 2. Yeah, I don't know. Okay.
I'm looking at the table and there's 16 days.
Yeah, there's 16 total dates. And when if you go to the 27th, that removes 4 dates. So that takes us to 12 days. Because July has 5 dates in it, not the 4 that I think that you thought. If this is correct, because I don't even know. Because this says 8/28, and I think the last day is 8/27. So that might be why there's an extra week because the dates are not.
But to that point, though, I think the offering, that would be my thing, was that I think that on purpose, we want to go into the end of August. So really, we should just, I would just say like it would be whatever it would be to that point once we know what it is. Those numbers.
Councilmember Tucson, you had your hand up.
Can we restate the motion because there's been a lot of
Motion was to accept the fee waiver.
Okay.
Yes.
1-year fee waiver.
And then did you figure out what the,
No.
okay.
Actually, no. No, but all right.
And that, I mean, that was really one of the reasons, and I am remembering last year was the same thing, but just so I can understand, it's actually 13 days, but because it's a reoccurring event, it charges for less?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, they get a discount.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's right. That's what it was.
Mm-hmm.
It's 12.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But in fact, it was to the 24. The quote from the city was $2,400, 500 deposit, 35 application fee, or going to 924.
Right. And so what I was bringing up was simply that number will decrease because those are not the dates that you are requesting at this point.
Yeah.
So to August 27th.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
That's the only point I was trying to.
That's right. Which is right.
But yeah, okay. It's just less
But-
than what we have in front of us. So
That's our plan, not to operate past Labor Day.
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
Your quote was for
until after.
until the end of September. So the fees that you are waiving are till the end of September. But we are not asking to go to the end of September.
Correct. And the motion that Councilmember Simmons made was to honor the dates that you gave us. And so I was naming that then that number, the total will change. It will be less
Mhm.
because it's removing
Yeah.
4 weeks.
That's right.
Yes. Everybody understand? Because yeah.
Clear. I'm
All
feeling
right,
clear.
So the motion is to waive the fees.
Waive the fees, yeah.
1 year fee waiver, waive whatever that number is gonna be. All right. Councilmember McLean.
So the corollary to that is that we've thrown the 3-year MOU out the window. Is that right?
Not yet. There's a motion on the floor too.
But that would be the impact of the.
Oh, yeah.
I'll oppose the amendment.
Any further discussion? I'm sorry, Attorney, did you say something?
No, I would agree with.
Oh, that's what it means. Yeah. All right, if there's no further discussion. Oh, yeah, please call the roll.
On the amendment, accepting the 1-year fee waiver.
Yes.
Okay. Mayor Brown,
Oh, me, okay. Pass.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean.
No.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
No.
Mayor Brown.
Yeah, I'm like, no, I didn't, but it went fast. Yes.
Sorry, you voted yes?
Yes. Sorry. Yeah.
The amendment passes.
Okay. All right. Everybody knows what just happened. Okay. All right. Thank you. Councilmember Simmons. Oh, wait, no, that's not true. We are, okay.
We have the original amendment,
Yeah.
which includes the 1-year fee waiver now.
Yes, correct.
For the original resolution.
That is.
I thought that's what we,
Oh, we did. That was the amendment. I know, me too. Okay, discussion. Any further discussion? All right, please call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
yes.
Councilmember McLean,
Yes, with the right to explain my vote.
Councilmember King.
Yes.
Motion carries.
I've never heard that before. Attorney Barker, what is
I
that?
don't know that it's an appropriate.
Okay.
I've never heard it before, but I don't know that it's just my understanding of Robert's Rules of Order. I don't know that it's something you can do outside of the period of debate.
Used in the legislature.
Okay. Sorry, I'm not, yeah. All right, well. So that's a no.
That's a probably not.
Okay. All right, then we're gonna move forward. Councilmember Simmons, you have 097, the other tabled resolution.
Mhm. Um, Yes. A resolution directing $1 million for a city-run community responder program and requesting county buy-in. Resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti. Whereas on January 21st, 2025, the City of Ypsilanti adopted Resolution Number 2025-008, requesting county funding for an unarmed crisis response program and directing an RFP. And whereas the need for a community-based crisis response model has grown more urgent, with residents demanding care, prevention, and harm reduction. And whereas the city must set aside funds to establish a community responder program for mental health emergencies, substance use, homelessness, and other public health calls. And whereas a 2-year budget cycle allows for proper fund development and phased implementation, now therefore be it resolved. 1, budget allocation. The city manager and finance director shall allocate $1 million over the next 2 budget cycles for fund development and phased implementation of a city-run community responder program. 2, program framework. The program shall prioritize trauma-informed, non-coercive interventions, coordinate with EMS and police via a clear triage protocol, and track reduced police involvement and improved care connections. 3, county buy-in. The council requests that Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners commit financial or resource-based buy-in, including direct funding, mental health staff, dispatch integration, or in-kind support, consistent with Resolution Number 2025-008. 4, collaboration and reporting. The city manager shall collaborate with the county, mental health providers, harm reduction specialists, and EMS, and continue working with LEAP, the Law Enforcement Action Partnership, to analyze Ypsilanti EMS calls. Be it further resolved, the city clerk shall send this resolution to the Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners, County Sheriff's Office, County Prosecutor's Office, and County Administrator. And I so move.
Been moved by Councilmember Simmons, supported by Councilmember King.
Can I just,
Yeah,
one thing as bringing this forward, obviously also given some previous conversations from between our last meeting to now, as well as the conversation we were having earlier, the one amendment that I would post to this, as opposed to putting a dollar amount, the $1 million amount, to instead attribute funds within the public safety and mental health millage fund account.
205?
Yes, the 205. So as opposed to directing the $1 million into appropriate, I'm like to allocate the funds within Fund 205 to support this. So that would be my one change.
Are you proposing that as a?
Yeah, so I guess I'll propose it as an amendment to this. So
I support.
It's been
I
moved.
got my hand up too.
I understand. Moving to for our discussion, Councilmember Fellows.
Yeah, so since our last meeting, city manager, I think, sent an email to all of us talking about this idea of 205 being a set aside for this purpose. And honestly, it makes sense already, given that the set aside of the Fund 205 says that we can't really spend it on anything but, a few things, including like housing trust and community responder and mental health programs. So I support that as where the funding would come for this. And so the only thing I would add to what Councilmember Simmons said is that I would also add that the interest accrued in Fund 205 should also go towards this, because the idea was for fund development towards a program. And so we want to have, funds that build up over time. And from a conversation I had with the city manager today, it seems that from this year, after our other allocations towards public restrooms and the housing trust, and next year would total around $900,000. So that was just about $1 million, which I think is close enough.
Yeah, so So we have the 26 or the 25, 26. So after the 27, 28, with the allocations, we should have a little above $900,000 in that fund, which is very similar to what was proposed.
Councilmember Simmons?
Yeah, so one thing I want to bring up, and I think it might not be determined necessarily tonight, but I know when this came up last meeting, I was bringing forward the funds from the public safety fund from the state, and wanting those to also to go toward the community responder program, based on my understanding of that. And so, and I was able to at least get verification from our state rep that those funds can include other alternatives, not just police, which a community responder program would fit the bill for that. And so I just want to also bring that forward too, as some other funds that can help to support this program.
City Manager?
So we actually got our allocation today. It was around $194,000. So that is correct in part. 75% of the distribution must be used to fund a law enforcement agency or law enforcement officers. And then 25% of the distribution must be used to fund other non-law enforcement related public safety purposes, such as training and retention, equipment purchase, and things like that. So my reading of this, and maybe I should reach out to the state center, is 75% would have to be used specific to law enforcement agencies.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would
say we need some clarification, but
Mhm.
Thank you.
Do you want to, I guess this is just so I know whether it's a thing on my to-do list or not. Do you want me to follow up to
No,
get
I'll-
that clarification, or
I'll get in touch with Senator Irwin.
in state rep? Yeah, because I've been talking with state rep
Okay.
Wilson about this, so.
All right. Mayor Pro Tem?
Oh, I may have missed this. I was just looking for that email. I've had problems with my email account, so I never saw this being forwarded. But with the 205 funding, is that excluding the $100,000 for the housing fund? Or are we replacing that housing fund into this coffer?
Yeah, maybe we should. So just like being clear about what's already been allocated out of the
Right.
fund. So
Not saying
what-
entirety of the fund, but
Mm.
fund minus the housing allocation.
Mm-hmm. Well, we currently have that and the bathroom allocation too.
So that's for, I took that out. I actually didn't take out the 100,000, so it'd be $400,000 less. But that would just be next fiscal year. The fiscal year after that, did you want to maintain the $100,000 go into the housing trust, or do you want it to kind of build up? So yeah, their council should make clarity of what it would like to do in that.
And yeah, so within this, because we can say from like clarifying what budget years, because right now the housing trust, so we were saying that what the 100,000 for the housing trust fund is allocated
It's allocated both years.
This year.
but yeah, so it's allocated specifically in terms of this budget, so into 2028.
Yep, so it'll be 26, 27, and then 27, 28. Both have that $100,000, whereas only 26, 27 has that 300,000. I think
For the bathrooms.
yes, and I mean, council definitely could put a little bit more detail in it, but I think if you just say these funds are to be used specifically for this, I mean, it freezes the funds. Staff's not going to spend it, and then you can always amend the budget next year and say, hey, we want to put $100,000 into the housing trust fund again, or if you want to just do that now, that's up to council. But essentially, these funds aren't going to be used for anything.
We're going to offer a friendly amendment to include that the 205 fund minus the 100,000, minus the cost for the housing for the next 2 years and the bathrooms.
Mhm.
And then that dollar amount gets figured in, but without putting the specific dollars amounts in there.
Mhm.
But just say the housing allocation and the bathroom allocation.
Yeah, since those have already been committed, basically. Yeah, so, I mean, we could just say like minus the funds that have already been committed.
Yeah, that would definitely do it.
Mm-hmm. Do you accept that?
That hand.
Mhm. Okay, you accept that, Councilmember?
I
King?
do.
Thank you. Councilmember Fellows?
I just also wanted to add to the friendly, that the interest accrued also goes towards this.
You can't add anything because you're not present.
No, I'm suggesting it for someone else to add it.
Sure. Because that's not currently the expectation. I know we were talking about whether.
Having a discussion about that. I thought that's what we were going to do about all of these funds, but that's what we talked about earlier in the meeting, is having a conversation about how we want to go about doing those things.
Yes, we did.
And even like how much that would look like. So I guess that would be another question of what those would be. I mean, in general, in general, I thought that was the case, that the funds would accrue interest and that would stay within those funds. So I guess that would be my expectation unless we did something different. So if that's not how it has been, I guess the question is like whether this has been something that's been done differently in the past, or whether we have to create a rule to do something different.
So, good evening, Mayor and Council. So currently, what we do is every month we look at the surplus funds on the surplus cash available on those funds, and that's the interest we allocate based on. So let me restart. So we invest those funds, and what we do is we allocate what we've earned depending on the surplus funds on each of those funds, if that makes sense. So let's say
you allocate it proportionally to how much is in the fund.
we allocate it based on how much cash is available on that particular fund. So let's say for the 205, if it has $1 million and the total fund of the city is 10 million, then we allocate that percentage to that particular fund.
I don't know that I don't feel like I'm more clear. I'm sorry.
Can I try?
Mayor Pro Tem?
So-
Sure. Yeah.
So he already does that across the board. And the question is whether there's,
Really does what? I'm sorry.
so he takes the interest accrued from the investments and he splits it proportionally among the funds.
Yeah, so typically right now, the way it is that the interest that would be accrued stays with the fund. That is the current practice.
That's correct.
So right now, so I'm asking because I'm saying, do we need to make make a specific rule for something if it's already the practice? And then to me, it would be, if there was going to be a change, then that would be when we would be talking about if there needs to be, and then that would be when we would need to specify, oh no, we don't want those funds. We want the funds to stay if we were to make a change. So currently,
Yeah.
when the question around seeing those interests, what those would be, that's something you can add back in because it wasn't in our packet yet, but that's currently what the practice would look like.
And the reason why we didn't add it, because we didn't know if we're going to spend those available funds. So if we've spent everything in a then there's no allocation or interest earned on that particular fund, because if it's zero surplus funds, we spend everything. So we're waiting for council to let us know, how did you want to spend this? And once we know, then we could properly estimate how much is left on those funds and then at those interest earnings.
But other funds there's interest that's been accrued on that account already, on the funds that are in there. I mean, obviously it's not up to that, that's not up to that allocation yet, but for the funds that are currently in there, have those been accruing interest?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. So the answer is yes, there have been funds accruing.
And that we can see that in the next meeting.
I can help now that we know how we're gonna spend it.
Okay. All right.
Thank you. Okay. So,
Does that make sense to you, Councilmember Fellows?
Yes. That's great.
Councilmember McLean.
Thank you, Mayor. So from 1959 to 1964, TV series that ran, some of you have heard of it, some of you have seen it. It's called The Twilight Zone. It's returned. So we're sitting here having this conversation about lockboxing pieces of the budget on a night that we just heard that we got a $3.4 million gap. We're talking about sequestering pieces of interest earnings. We're talking about taking $1 million and setting aside and deciding we're doing this before we have the whole conversation about the budget. This whole conversation belongs as part of the budget. It's a good conversation to have. It's an appropriate and important issue for a lot of people on this council, including me. But to have it and to make firm final decisions, and also a reminder, we have no idea what this money is going to be used for. About 1.5 years ago, we came with $350,000 as the number that some of these proposals were looking for. Now we've almost tripled it, albeit over 2 years. So exactly what will it be used for? I think those are reasonable questions to have before you lock it away in a box and decide this is how we're going to spend it.
Thank you. Councilmember Tucson.
Yes, and to add on to what Councilman was speaking about, what will we be using it for, where it's coming from? We actually, in the last meeting, we requested something about what it will be used for and all the other things and we don't see that in this meeting. So,
Councilmember Simmons.
Yeah, so we have contracted with LEAP, and I think you had sent invitation or connection between LEAP with each of the council members. And my understanding from my conversations with them is that during those conversations that they want to set up with each member is to talk about some of those specifics and to go through some of those numbers. And we will be getting a plan and a report about those things. So that we'll have that. I think the hope had been that we would have the whole report earlier on in order to have those as we're going into our budget conversations. And we also, because we all work in government now, know how government works and that things don't often actually happen on our timestamp. And things took longer to work through the governmental bureaucracies to actually do the work that they were trying to do. But that doesn't change our budget cycle, right? So we're still in our budget time. I think during our last meeting, the conversation about holding it off until these budget conversations, and as we're looking at our budget, made sense to me. And so now here we are in this space. And we have already decided how the funds how we want the funds within this 205 to be used. So right now, I think we're just naming specifically that it will go to help support what comes out of this report. Because we've seen, everyone got the email of what they're putting forward of preliminary. So it talks about how many people, it talks about, and some of those things are still details to be worked out in conversation with us. But we know that it would take some people. We know it would take some vehicles. We know it would take some trainers. We know, we kind of have seen a little bit of what it would take to do. So I don't know that we're, kind of don't know what it would go toward. And I think that we have an opportunity to have deep conversation on a one-on-one basis. And as a whole group, once the report then is complete, about that. But I'm estimating that we won't get that until after we have to vote on our budget. And so the idea that we would wait until after that to then make an allocation that we know we're doing a 2-year budget seems like we would be kicking the can down the road. As we see, different things that we have added and are a part of what's coming out of our general fund, like the forestry services and things like that. So I think that this is kind of in line with trying to plan. You can't really even start to build a program if you don't have funding allocated toward it yet. And so we kind of need to do that to actually even start to build from there.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
I got my hand raised. Yeah, I think Councilmember Simmons covered most of it. I think just this is a 2-year budget, and so this is just direction to staff to, hey, this is the intent of council to do some fund development. And, the funds 205 are already, quote unquote, locked up, and they're locked up for public good. The public voted on this millage to fund social service projects that would increase public safety, mental health services, and that is also the budget goals and the stated collective goals of council to work on this issue. And so, I would expect us to want to move forward in some way to do fund development, and then we luckily have this millage that is resourcing it. There is possibility that in the future, maybe something comes along that is a great mental health service provider that needs funds, and a future council could say, we want to appropriate this differently, and we're going to do a new resolution to allocate funds towards that program. I can see that happening, but this is just direction to staff saying, hey, please, we want to start, setting aside some money towards the community responder program to do some fund development so that when the time comes for implementation, after council has discussed this for years of how it would look like with community, that money is ready to be used to get it off the ground. That is the intent. It is hopefully in alignment with what everybody understands as council goals. And, if it's not, then you would vote no tonight. And that's it.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
So my question is, what is the difference between doing this tonight and to Councilmember McLean's point, I also think this was appropriate to be done in the budget. The question is, what information are we going to have different now than in a week or 2 weeks when we vote on the budget? And so this to me is just an intent. That allocation. And so I look at this fund in the past, and I was very much in favor of not having a dollar amount on this and having it be constricted, for lack of a better word, confined, let's say, confined to the funds available in that millage amount. We've been using this for other things in the past. We've been using it for parks. We've been using it for funding the general fund. There has been a lot of feedback from constituents about the confusion on what the actual confinements were for the million. So when this originally came through and the council then decided to use it for parks, so we were able to use it. There were no restrictions on using it at that time because we got the money because we had a police department, right? And so that was different than other places that didn't have police departments. So then we had discretionary use of that funding. And this was before my time, and it was that money was put into parks because that is a public health concern. And so it has been in that guise for a while. And then the other monies that in that account have been used for the general fund. And so we've tried different ways to fund this initiative in the past. And, you know, when this first started out, we talked about hiring a social worker to be on staff to basically do what we're talking about here. That's been many years ago. And that was a frustrating thing in that, you know, that money never, while it was allocated in the budget, that never came to fruition because even then social workers laughed at the salary that we were offering, right? And that was pretty frustrating. And there was some, certainly not transparency in terms of how that process was going. So people have been frustrated with this process for quite some time. You know, in terms of the question of what this is going to be used for, I was hoping that there would be a lot more information made available at this. These 4 points in here really cover a number of things that have been proposed in the past. You know, we talked about care-based safety, their pilot program. You know, the budget that came forward with that was flawed in various ways, and I didn't think really very realistic in terms of, you know, what they were talking about, cost savings to the police and things like that. I think those are real savings to our police force that can be actualized. And so I see this as a good use of this funding, and I'm not sure what's going to change in the next 2 weeks. You know, and this also gives discretion to the city manager in terms of what this actually encompasses, right? And so with LEAP and those conversations with LEAP, there's information there that will inform what this process looks like. You know, I just don't know what the difference is going to be in 2 weeks. You know, and how this gets there. I think it's appropriate that it happened then. At this point, I just want to move forward with getting this initiative funded. So to me, it doesn't really matter when it comes up. You know, it's just like, this is not committing us to a number of things. It's a 2-year commitment that has been underfunded for quite some time. And quite frankly, I'm just glad that, you know, this is not impinging on other funding. You know, I think this is a reasonable use of those funds at this point.
Thank you. Further comment or discussion on, this is an amendment, no? Yeah, there's an amendment, because, yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, it's still the amendment.
Yeah, we haven't voted on that. All right, if there's no, can you restate this amendment?
The amendment is that the funds be taken, that it be taken from Fund 205.
That
minus
what's been already
Sorry.
been.
Yes, minus the housing and bathroom allocations.
The committed.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Please call the roll.
Councilmember Simmons.
Yes.
Councilmember McLean.
No.
Councilmember King.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows. Sorry. Councilmember Tucson. The amendment carries.
Okay, so we're on the amended resolution. Further discussion? All right, please call the roll.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons.
Yes.
Councilmember McLean.
No.
Councilmember King.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. We have 2 discussion items. One being the Water Street clear cutting. I don't know who brought that.
Yes.
forward. Councilmember Fellows.
So I got to speak with the city manager a little bit about it today, and I think my email and follow-up emails went out to all of council. I'm not sure if you've seen it, but generally, how I want to talk about this is that the plans laid out to council regarding the management of Water Street and the remediation project. From the way I understood it is that the DUR area of the plan was what was being worked on, and that the next phase that was going to happen was some soil testing. And during those conversations, I did ask staff, about whether there would be more tree removal or even clear cutting. And I was told no, not for soil testing. What I'm hearing is that because there was still a plan to eventually remediate the new areas, and there was some risk of losing, or there was perceived risk of losing some of the grant funds, that there was movement made by staff to do tree removal earlier than kind of expected in the winter time. I do think there's some communication failures that happen here because it wasn't the impression I was working off of, and it wasn't the impression of many residents who have been coming to me that are very alarmed and distressed about seeing what's happened. My understanding at this point, after a conversation with city manager, is that staff, uh, are moving with the intention of doing a remediation project that council supports. And so if anything were to change, it would need to be made explicit by council. And so I'm not going to do that tonight, but I wanted to share that two things really. One is that in the aftermath of all this, the tree removal, I did learn about this Michigan administrative code that states this. It's Rule 7, says within the natural river district, a 50-foot minimum restrictive cutting belt shall be maintained on each side of the main stream of the Huron River and on Arms, Davis, and Mill Creeks. Trees and shrubs may be pruned for a filtered view of the river upon approval of the zoning administrator or the area forester, but clear cutting in the natural vegetation strip is prohibited. The natural vegetation strip is also subject to both of the following provisions, and a list two provisions, which I'm not going to read tonight, but I did send this in a link in that email, and I do encourage council to look at it because I do believe the removal that happened is out of alignment with Michigan law. The other thing is the maps of the removal area. When I review it, what I see is the new area that was proposed for excavation and remediation in 2026 disposal area, that some of it is where the trail easement is. And so the trail easement kind of overlaps with it. And so it was my expectation, and maybe that was a wrong assumption, that trees wouldn't be removed from the trail easement portion. So both the 50-foot buffer by state law and the trail easement was part of what I understood as like, we're not touching that at this time, especially with the follow-up questions with staff. There's no tree removal for soil testing, etc. And so I just want to bring that to council's attention as something to seriously consider, because besides, the kind of I would describe miscommunication or my lack of expectation around what was happening there besides residents. I'm also concerned about flooding, as this is already an area that experiences, it's in a part of it's in the floodplain, and removing so many trees, and especially clear cuts, only increases flooding issues. And so I do believe that we need to kind of evaluate what we're doing as far as tree removal going forward. And so I'm hopeful to bring something to council in the next couple meetings that was language that the city manager suggested based on our conversation, which is just like if when staff are going to do more tree removal, that would be reviewed by council first before it happens.
I'm a little bit of a loss because this is the second time tonight that people have said that the emails have been sent about these things, and I just looked and I can't find an email to that effect. But absent of that, if it could be forwarded, that'd be great. So your statement about the 50-foot buffer, and I was thinking about that when you said that the easement is 100 feet, and so if we're respecting the easement, how did we get within 50 feet of the river?
City manager?
This is related, but not specific to that. I was just informed by Bonnie that DTE did a lot of cutting on their easements in the Water Street area. So this could have led to it also. And I'd have to measure, but the tree line between the path and the river has trees, but I haven't been back there, so I'd have to go check. But yeah, it does look like DTE took out a lot of trees on Water Street.
Oh, you're saying like in the same area?
Yeah,
Separate.
correct. And staff really didn't know about that until Bonnie just gave me that information.
Further discussion?
I will send that email if you haven't received it.
The mayor just sent it to me, so thank you.
All right. Gas leaf blower ban. Yes. Okay. So, this, let me just go to my notes. This is something that has come forward. I don't know if I brought this forward as a discussion because one, I wonder if folks in other areas, other wards, whether this is something that you're hearing about as well. This has been, I feel like each year I have a couple of people who kind of reach out about this issue. And then people ask like, well, other places are doing this. And so happy to share some more information, but just a couple of things that residents have shared with me. And so I've looked through some of the information that people have shared that talks about health issues of leaf blowers and other gas-powered, there's a specific name, but gas-powered things for lawn care. I know there's a specific name, but anyway, a lot of the resources, they name different health issues around noise, stress, high blood pressure, impaired mental cognitive function, reduced productivity and sleep disruption, air quality impacts, the fact that these create hurricane force winds of pollen, animal feces, heavy metals, chemicals from herbicides, pesticides, and other things. They said that 1 hour of leaf blowing produces as much smog as driving a car from Los Angeles to Denver, which is 1,100 miles. A lawnmower releases 300 miles from LA to Vegas. So the leaf blower is more than even a lawnmower. And it says
that they produce over 30 million tons of CO2 nationwide. Some of the things that when I was looking at these, like the different things, so there's actually an I haven't sent this email yet, so you not get it. But but if there's interest, I'm happy to share. There's one of the pieces actually had like a really cool map, so you can see other examples across the country. I know a lot of times when we're trying to do, look at different policies, it's good to look at different examples or how it's being used in different places. And so one of the resources you can actually see different examples and how they're spreading. Actually, there's more and more coming on each year. But some of the things that you also can see different variations. And so one of the pieces, something that they did say is it's good to have an incentive to help people make the transition in different ways as well. And so there's some examples of what some of that looks like. So I'm happy to pass along information to folks, of course, but I wanted to kind of get a sense of, if folks are hearing about this or, to see what the interest is across the city.
Yep, like Councilman first.
The smog, that's interesting. I always love these metrics where it's like, yeah, you can drive to Denver on smog that you get from one of these things. I think the point also being that a lot of those health impacts are not related to the gas engine as well, right? So if we're banning those, are we banning electric ones as well? Because, now is the season. I was at the big box store and everybody's buying, I got a new electric lawnmower to take care of the remaining grass that's in my yard.
But those don't come with the noise. So these things are to the noise.
My neighbors have them, and they're well,
the electric ones are not.
They're not absent of noise, but point taken.
Yeah, I think it's the noise and the frequency of it is a lot different from my experience.
And so you've got the emissions from the gas engine, you get the emissions from blowing stuff. And sometimes electric motors have higher power and disrupt even more of that stuff. So the question is this including everything about that? Blowers in general, I think it's a waste of time, but get a rake and a broom and you're good to go, right? And just two-stroke engines in general. I mean, these are incredibly dirty. When you mix fuel with oil and put it into an engine and spits that out, that is, this is 30 years in the making in terms of outlawing two-stroke engines on Lake Tahoe. They did that there because they were polluting the lake. So I just want to be clear about what we're talking about banning. Just like certainly two-stroke engines is a problem. I think the last time we had this conversation or any conversation about this, the question was with contractors that come from outside of the city. How we educate them in terms of that. And so, looking at those livelihoods and how this impacts that. And so how is it going to be enforceable? And addressing that.
Manager and Councilmember Phelps.
So I did do a little bit of research on this. And the one city that I found in Michigan that did it is Ann Arbor. Let me pull this up here. So they essentially did a summer ban first until January 1st, 2028, and then it would go for a year-long ban. They have it's enforced by their police service specialists. So we don't necessarily have that. It would, while I'm not against this at all, I want to be realistic, and it's going to be very, very difficult to enforce, as well as it would, again, be an upfront cost to us because we would have to redo all of our equipment that we currently use in DPW. The batteries often don't maintain their charge for very long, so it could lead to inefficiencies. Again, not necessarily against this. I just want to be upfront that this is going to be next to impossible to enforce. It would have to be a sworn police officer writing tickets. Ann Arbor does the first one's $100. Subsequent would be $250. So these are just some things for council to think about before making this determination.
Summer Fellows.
Yeah, just a side comment that it's hard to pick up your what you're saying, Pro Tem Wilcoxon. So maybe
Sorry, I was
bringing the mic a little closer. But so the one the one thing I've learned about leaf blowers is actually related to community responder programs. So the Evanston, which is a suburb of Chicago, their community responder program, besides responding to calls about noise complaints or loitering or, neighbor disputes, they also respond specifically to leaf blower complaints. So when somebody calls 911 and it's a leaf blower complaint, they send their community responder program. So that's a kind of an interesting niche way that one place has dealt with it. The other issue I've heard about leaf blowers is that some of the difficulty enforcement is that a lot of times it's like private companies that get hired to do the services. And so like code enforcement or whoever's enforcing it can only ticket the company instead of the resident, or at least that is kind of one of the issues I've heard around enforcement. So I'll just say that I don't know very much yet, but I'm interested in learning more, and I know that there's definitely a lot of disputes that come from just leaf blowers. So I'll leave it at that. And I am going to jump off of the call. So thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Further discussion.
I
Councilmember Susan?
I guess to answer the question about like I guess to answer your question about if I've been hearing anything in my area, not so much. We actually have a young man going around the neighborhood right now with his leaf blower and his lawnmower, and people are patronizing with him. So it's not really, I didn't really hear too much.
Yeah, well, I don't like the sound personally. I haven't had anybody ever actually say anything about them to me personally. So it's interesting that what you're getting, because I have literally no one's ever said anything. Councilor,
Seems maybe there's two intermediate steps that could be taken along the spirit of this. One is to simply direct the city or get them to agree to not buy any more of these as the old ones are retired. And secondly, in the same sort of spirit of no mow or low mow may, could also simply suggest and do some education about encouraging people not to buy or continue to use these machines.
thank you.
I guess I would just say I absolutely have not heard any complaints about blowers. I feel like people are excited to hear it because they know the weather is heating up.
But don't you want to be outside?
I'm just
When I hear it, I'm
saying.
like, my eyes are going to be itchy. I go outside.
Here's lawnmowers and leaf blowers. I think of barbecue. So I mean,
Oh, see, I
I
don't.
can't think of barbecues with that.
Yeah,
Without
leaf
the
blower.
Pavlovian
Councilmember Simmons.
Yeah, no, this is helpful. I mean, it's interesting. Like I was, I don't know, just like I also wonder, maybe it's also because I don't know whether there's a difference in the different kind of lawn care or things like that too. Like if more people in Ward 3 are doing natural lawn, I don't know. That's what, in terms of why there might be a difference. I'm not sure, like in terms of some of that.
I do see a lot of my neighbors out there with a broom too, though.
Okay, no, good. No,
It might be that there's just not as many.
yeah,
I don't know.
but I think the, I feel like something like this to make sense that maybe the first step, like even like the phases, like the first step might not be like, okay, ban, because, I think that there is some of that phasing. And like I said, it was interesting to see, some of the varieties of what kind of things people were looking at. And so I think that I agree that a first step would be around education and being able to, mention and say, and, that time. I also appreciate like what Councilmember McLean said in terms of even thinking about how we start at the city level. And so, as we think about equipment replacements, what that looks like. So that might be a good place for us to start with what we can do there. But then also these different educational pieces. And then I mean, I would have to look more into what you were talking about, Pro Tem, around, it was like, it's a two-stroke engine piece, but, lawn keeper things. But, whether, the difference between the electric and the gas powered in terms of some of these other implications. I don't know if they talk, I didn't notice that necessarily when I was looking, but that might be something more to consider, whether there's different things that we want to be focusing on or just being clear about what it is that we're talking about. Like you might still be blowing feces around.
No, it's that notion, right?
Yeah. So
I I did you just like okay. Yeah, I think that education is the right first step, especially if we're talking about not, in at other times we talk about things not trying to take a punitive approach without giving people an opportunity to understand what we're going for, and also getting more feedback from the community. Because while I believe all the people reaching out to you about them, there are like several of us who've said we've never heard it, right? And so wanting to make sure that we're not jumping to finding, folks for something that maybe is, some isolated issues potentially. And the other piece I would say when we're talking about what our department, would do or city staff would do, I think that's a question for the department to tell us, kind of going into what the city manager was stating, like what are the implications of we're asking for these type of changes? What does that look like? What does that mean? What does that look like for us financially, if we were to try to phase out, or what's the impact basically? So that we're not just making decisions and saying go forth, and then we end up with a price tag that is insane. Because we clearly don't have a lot to go around as it stands. But yeah, I think conversation is good about this. I mean, we went from mowing to low mow May, so we can, I'm sure, figure out how to educate folks on blowers, leaf blowers. I don't know if that came out right, whatever. All right. If everybody good on this one, I'm sorry. Okay. Police Advisory Commission.
Yes. So our excuse me, I'm sorry. So our next meeting is May the 28th at 7 p.m. here in council chambers. Currently we are looking for, we're still looking for a individual from Ward 3 to fill in that spot. Just a little forewarning for the commissioners and anybody else that's planning on attending. I will not be at this meeting, but the meeting is still happening, of course. So come on down. Any questions that you guys may have for the commissioners or for our police department, that's the space that you can do that in. And thank you.
HRC.
HRC had an opportunity to meet. Yay. We have been below quorum and have not had that opportunity. We tried out Mondays to see if that date worked better for people, and most of the commissioners were there. This month, May the 21st at 6:00 p.m., in place of their meeting, HRC is going to have a town hall to let the city know what HRC does. So that's exciting.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry, when date's that?
That date is Thursday, May the 21st. And that will be our last day that we will meet on Thursday. We have changed the schedule to the fourth Monday of each month, still meeting at 6 p.m.
Thank you. Parks and Arts.
Next meeting is the Monday, the 18th, 6:30 here. And I'll look to the clerk to confirm this, but I believe there is a search for one more member.
You are correct, yes.
Sustainability.
The next scheduled meeting is on Monday. So, but they weren't able to have a meeting before because of lack of quorum.
HDC.
Next meeting is next Tuesday here, 7 o'clock.
Planning Commission.
Planning Commission, I was unable to attend because it was the same night as our Water Street. I will have to catch up with Josh and give an update next time.
ZBA.
Meet SimCog update. Haven't been to the meetings. There was a grant opportunity that came up for green infrastructure. But looking at that, it's due by, forwarded this to Bonnie. And this is open to municipalities and other entities, but it has to be on publicly owned land, and there is a target for the amount of stormwater that is diverted by these things, and it's a really high thing. So small citizen-led programs are not likely to meet the 5 to 11 million gallon annual reduction. But that's out there. So, but I thought that was interesting, and I will talk with Bonnie about if there's other things that we can do around the city to pick that up.
Thank you. Watts.
Watts did not have a meeting due to lack of quorum, and the next meeting will be in June, I think.
Thank you. The next Urban County meeting is next Wednesday. Actually, this is a trend. The DDA was not able to meet at the last meeting due to lack of quorum. Rutherford Pool.
I was unable to add a conflict with the last meeting. There was some back and forth with the city manager about the MOU and in terms of training for ICE, and we've made this clear that they can't use city property for staging. But then the question of what do the staff at the pool do if ICE shows up, and I'll have a thread on that, so I'll bring an update on that.
Council proposed business. Councilmember Tucson.
Yes. Last meeting, actually really disappointed me. To be in a meeting and to be called amongst a few other council members of mine, colleagues of mine, I'm sorry, to be called out of my name was absolutely ridiculous. By another council member. It's absolutely ridiculous. I've been on this council since 2000. I've been on this council for nearly 4 years now. I have my own opinions of everybody on council staff, anybody who comes to the meetings. But when I come into these chambers and I sit up on this dais, I separate what I feel from the business that needs to be done. My name is Roland Lorenzo Tucson. My name is not Goofy, Amber Fellows. Please do not disrespect me like that ever again. This is not the place to do that. That is not a professional, and I don't even like using the word professional. That is not a professional or respectful way to conduct yourself in a meeting, amongst the other things that I have issue with from that meeting and times prior. So going forward, if we're going to operate as a body, as one body, as a community for the community, I would appreciate it if you would refer to me as my name. Do not refer to me as anything else outside of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman King.
So just a few things I would like to bring up that I heard from the community. Speeding, something we already discussed earlier. Some of the residents in the historic South Side, they talked about speeding and they inquired about speed bumps on South Adams. They said that had been brought before, and they said they were told that they just had to pay for them. So they were wondering what the cost was.
I don't know.
I mean, or if that is even how it goes. I know from what I'm told, they have to fill out a petition.
They have to fill out a petition. We will do a traffic review study. Unfortunately, as we have reviewed in the past, these street funds are not particularly healthy. Currently, all traffic calming comes out of 203, and that gets about 50,000 a year, plus or minus. We cannot increase that amount without costing something else, right? So either costing crack sealing, patching, things like that. So unless there is some sort of separate allocation made by council for that funding, we cannot increase the existing speed bump program.
Can I jump in real fast?
I'm gonna.
I think that was gonna be one of my questions. Is
Yeah,
that
at no
we have
point
so
have we
many-
told people that they need to pay for it themselves. Yeah.
that. I was just gonna ask about like the increase in requests for the speed bumps and like, yeah, where was those funds gonna come from? And so you just explained that because I think that's one of the things for us to think about. You know, it was brought up here earlier in the meeting about like speeding being an issue, and then folks want speed bumps to try to, you know, support suppressing speeding. And we need to be talking about the root of the issue, which is that people feel unsafe on their neighborhood streets. And what do we do about that? Because speed bumps, especially the temporary ones, like we know communities that have the permanent ones that requires all these things we've talked about, different types of infrastructure and costs for equipment. We don't have that at this point, and we can't afford to do that at this point. But the root of the issue is the speeding, and so we gotta talk about that on by itself. We have to discuss it because we can't put speed bumps in every neighborhood, even if we wanted to.
And I mean, we do things to help alleviate the speeding. I'm sorry, I'm not great with my words tonight. We do the in-street pedestrian signage, yield here to pedestrians. They get knocked over pretty frequently. We're looking for, and they do take a looking and keep on ticking. We're looking for ways to make them more permanent without necessarily ripping up the asphalt into which we set them. We do the dynamic speed display signs, so the ones that say, hey, the speed limit here is 25, you are going 41, please stop that. Those are about $5,000 a piece. And then there's a software subscription. So a lot of those signs actually do two things. They do the dynamic speed display, but then a lot of they can also do traffic counts and fun stuff like that. So they're kind of useful in two different dimensions. And then of course we do the speed bumps, which takes, depending upon the weather and everything, it takes about a week of my staff's time to do that. So we have speed bumps, which we then maintain throughout the year as they come up and come loose, and then we have to reposition them and re-anchor them. I think there was one on Ferris last year that was absolutely the bane of everybody's existence.
Never in the right spot.
We ended up moving that entire speed bump because there was absolutely no way to get those sections to actually stay in place. So there's issues that happen and that we do try and address them, but then there's, and again, I'm not trying to be a meanie pants or to rain on anybody's parade, but many of our streets have one speed hump per block or less in the case of Second Street. Sorry, I've been looking over to Councilmember King all evening and I have not looked at you one time, Councilmember Tucson. I just realized that, I'm sorry. So we have, I think, a total of 3 or 4 on the entire length of Second Street. Whereas on South Adams, we have 2 per block. Or not South Adams, I'm sorry, South Washington. And we don't have any on Adams at all. It would be marginal as far as time is concerned to move those over to the center of the block, I would say starting next year, because we don't want to pull up 2 sets of speed humps and then reset both of them. But that is something that I would recommend as something to explore if we want to maximize our existing inventory and our existing staff time, to reallocate the existing speed humps that we have. But that is, again, as Andrew has mentioned before, with regards to special events, it's a policy choice. And driven in a huge part by budget, both by the actual physical inventory of the speed humps themselves, but also by the time and the trade-offs we have as far as staffing.
And so I just have to say, Middle Drive, I know they are wanting speed bumps on that street as well as Monroe. Again, I just wanted to bring it forward because that is what residents have been communicating to me. And now residents are trying to do things to make the streets safe there.
I have heard of that, yes. And those, from what I understand, if what I am understanding is correct, those efforts are in fact making the street less safe for all travelers.
Yeah, there was from like tires to
Yes.
standing yard signs.
At the very least, they need to be reflective so that retroreflective so that people can see them at night. We have many barrels scattered around the city as shining examples of things not to hit. I would not recommend them as a permanent traffic control because traffic behaves unpredictably around barrels.
And I guess I just wanted to bring it forward as something, again, that we already talked about tonight, but something that we need to discuss further. By the next meeting, I would like to bring a resolution forward regarding the recent decision affecting voter rights suppression. And lastly, I would just like to stand up and show you all my outfit. I recently attended an event at Dress for Success, and I got this outfit from Dress for Success, and that is an agency that helps women by providing support and personal attire for women to thrive. And it was a completely free event, and they offer these items to the community. So I just wanted to uplift that agency, and I would move to extend to 11/10. I mean 10/15.
Say 11.
10/15.
There's a motion. It's been supported. All in favor to extend till 10:15.
10.
All in favor to extend till 10:15?
Aye.
Aye.
All right.
And then
3.
Okay, well, whoever next.
Number 10.
Oh, okay. So I mean, just because y'all talking about speeding, I'll just say I want to bring back. I've been talking about this with some folks. It's actually interesting lately because it's come up a lot, and I've been bringing back the mimes. You know, y'all remember the mimes from Brazil, huh?
Pay for those
You don't need to pay for them. People actually just would volunteer and do it. Here in Ipsy, I mean, what people might be interested, people have been like interested, but we also have clowns. So maybe this is something we can connect with our clown subculture around. So, it maybe I was just like, oh, maybe First Fridays, maybe we can talk to them about that. So I will try to do some outreach, but I mean, we know it's a problem. You know, it's hard because we can try to design ourselves out of it when really it's just the behavior of drivers. Slow down. Slow down. Okay. Keep people safe. It's the behavior of drivers. I say this as a person who like almost gets hits or gets yelled at by people in cars on a regular basis in my everyday just trying to traverse. So I have little patience, but yeah, I think we have to get because ticketing, all these things aren't the things that really do it. Although some places I think have also found that there's been reductions, even separate from police traffic like speed traps is actually when people get tickets in the mail. Like, oh, somebody saw me do that bad thing. Oh, I got a ticket for it. And those things also change behavior. So you don't even have to interact directly. They could just know that somebody saw them run that red light, because that's another big issue, red lights. I've never lived someplace that people ran red lights more than where I live in Michigan now. So, yeah, stop signs, all the things people take. So, I mean, I also think, and I don't know what this looks like in terms of, I also think it goes back to driver training, which is something through the Secretary of State. So how do maybe we need to send something to the Secretary of State to be looking at this issue of driver training. So maybe that's something I'll mark it down as something to add to something to bring forward because yes. The other thing I wanted to bring up, I've somebody reached out or emailed, I can't remember if they just emailed me or emailed all of us, but there was an email around neighborhood watch signs and how they're really like outdated or antiquated because they're just there. There's not actually watch, neighborhood watch happening. And so I guess this also happened in Ann Arbor where they took them all down too, for a couple of different reasons. So I'll double check to see if this was something we all got, but I just wanted to lift it as something, whether this is something that we have considered or how many, if we even know how many we have. I know I've seen a couple of them around, but I don't know how many signs that we have, and they had some more information, so I can pull that forward. And then the last thing I have, which is a question just around first the city, whether, like I know that we've done different kind of like specific kind of like project specific surveys or different things as part of like engagement, but whether we've done something where we've sent out a survey that might have like multiple issues on it or like to try to get a sense of yeah, a sense of different things. So like one of the things is trash. I mean, it's just because I get so many emails about trash or text messages. So it's just like that's one thing of like how widespread is this? You know, because some people will come to us, but some people might have the issue and they might not email us each time they have the issue. But there were a couple of other things where I'm like, oh, maybe it would be good to kind of go to folks and ask and see. So do we kind of do surveys like that might have a couple of different issue areas on them?
We have not since I've been here at least.
Okay. So that might be something, I don't have a direct thing, but maybe trying to see if there's some other issues and see if there's something that we can do to try to get some input that can then help direct some of these policy issues that we've been talking about. That's it. Thanks. Councilmember McLean?
Thank you, Mayor. Speeding seems to be the flavor of the day. Wanted to thank the chief for continuing to take seriously our neighborhood requests for monitoring speeds on Congress at Oakwood and Cross at Oakwood, as well as running stop signs. He's done that. And along those lines, I want to ask, and this ties back into some of our budget conversations, but I wonder if the city manager could get us some information, perhaps share with everybody on current fine levels for speeding, the last time we changed those, and whether or not there are any state limitations on how far we can go with those. And I think this was tongue in cheek, but asking for a constituent. We talked about speed bumps, but I had some interest in speed ramps that might take people that are going at some speed out into the stratosphere, perhaps.
Oh.
I think he was kidding. I think terrible,
Yeah.
dangerous. Well, they weren't going to land, so they were going into orbit. I think that was the plan. It speaks to people getting really angry about the way people drive in the community. Last thing I'll just want to mention something I thought that was fairly uplifting. So, we have coffee hours, and a couple of weeks ago we had one that not only a younger constituent came, but he brought a couple of his kids, and he clearly had prepped his kids to introduce them to me, and then he let them tell me the things that they wanted to see in Recreation Park. So they had some good ideas, and perhaps might find their way into the budget discussion.
You. I thought it did. It didn't. It did. It did get extended. Yeah.
3 people.
Well, 3 is a pass. That's right. That's
Nope.
4 to pass.
Oh,
Mayor.
I don't.
Did you vote yes?
Yeah,
Okay.
I was audible. Everybody else wasn't at first. Yeah. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm saying it. Mayor Pro Tem,
What?
you got any
Oh.
business? I'm like, you got any business? Let's say
That's about the.
It wasn't me.
Say no.
I know it
I do.
wasn't.
So, yeah, sorry.
I know who I
I
did.
thought we were talking about extension. I was like,
Oh,
no, I didn't vote for it.
yeah, I know.
No,
But you get to benefit from it. So
just a little bit. In terms of public engagement, so there is, we're meeting tomorrow with Katie and Andrew and I are meeting with folks from GEI and HRWC in terms of engagement that will be coming up around the dam. And so that we're in those planning meetings and we'll be posting that at some point in the future. We're waiting on information from the engineering firm in terms of the 90% engineering report, and also conversations that we need to have with our city attorney about property lines and how they will change with the dewatering of the dam. And so once we have that stuff in place, we will have dates for that public engagement. But the plan is to do it this spring.
Thank you. That's it? All right. Quickly, just going back to the Water Street visiting session, I think we were off to a great start. I'm looking forward to the second one. And then since our last meeting, I was able to attend the CVI Summit as well as the Brotherhood Banquet and bring the welcomes on behalf of the city of Ypsilanti. Both events were really, really great, actually, and very informative in their own way, but really both of them ultimately spoke to, again, community and the need for us to be working better together for a lot of reasons, right? I think that we all know. And I was happy to be there representing the city. That's it for me. City manager.
Just a reminder that next week's special meeting does begin at 6 p.m. Some staff members will be interviewing some Summer Works program youth, and that will be tomorrow. I've lost contact with LEAF, so I've been trying to contact the state directly to create a Sharps program. Haven't been able to get in touch with anybody yet. As the mayor was just talking about, the second Water Street visioning session is on May 20th at 7 p.m. and that's over at the 300 building. Just some things that I noticed. So there's a lot of bills in the Senate and legislature, the state Senate and legislature, that because of the uncertainty that was created after the last change to the Constitution about voting, there's discussion about switching it so December 1st at noon would be the time that local officials would take their seats. So it would basically, it would go over our charter, and that would be what state law would be, assuming if it gets passed. Yeah, and that's
when is that supposed to, I'm sorry.
what's that.
When is that supposed to be? You said that's
it's
something
just-
that they're
It's not even been approved by the full Senate or the full House. So it's just something that's on the horizon. I just want to make council aware. I will be releasing a statement about the Cross Street incident from early this year tomorrow. And that is all I have.
Councilmember King.
I'm sorry, I forgot to say one thing. This Thursday at 5:55, Towner, Sheriff Dyer, and myself, and I did invite the other Ward 1 representatives, so Councilmember Tucson and Mayor Brown and the city manager to come. Residents have asked for a meeting with Sheriff Dyer, so I was able to arrange that. Again, it's at 5:55 Towner on Thursday, May the 7th at 6 p.m.
Randy will be attending that meeting.
Okay, great.
Oh, thank you. All right, city clerk, anything?
I do actually have a little, just regarding, what, city manager said about changing the date that people would take office. It's just to align better with the state, the changes in the state laws, how they're not certifying the election immediately right after. And so, we are swearing in our officers before you have the official, yes, you've won. So that's just to line up dates is what that's all about. But the only other thing that I wanted to mention was something that Councilmember King had said, that the HRC is having a town hall meeting on the 21st, and they have also requested some funds for refreshments. They requested $100, and so city manager and I looked through your policy for allocating funds to commissions. And I will send you this policy so that you can review it because I don't think it's been looked at in a couple of years. It did have information about you setting money aside for this, but you have not done so in the past year or two. It does also say that if it was under $500, that I can approve it. And so I did. I gave them their $100. They need to turn in receipts and whatnot. But if you would like to amend, change, or think about that policy, I will email it to you so you can take a look at it again.
Council, this was a policy approved right before COVID, so none of the funding was ever used, so it kind of fell off.
I was like, I thought we did do
I
that.
thought we talked about it
I
since,
thought we did that since
Yeah.
then.
it's been since I've been on council.
Last year.
I remember us
They were
about
supposed to
this.
fill out a form or
Anyway.
something.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
feel
they
like there was
did.
a request
it.
and then,
So
yeah.
money, where did it come from?
Where's it coming from? Nobody's gotten any like since, but
It's,
But it
it's
would-
coming
it will.
from council accounts.
it's coming from our. Okay.
There's
All right. Fancy
room.
that.
I think the commissions do come out. I mean, I feel like I remember the commissions do come out
do.
of ours. But I do remember that we had said like a certain amount and then we had said that they had to fill out something to get.
I mean, okay, I love that, but I also I would like to know what's happening in the council accounts because if that's the case, how do we know what's going where and what's being spent and what's there for council?
It was previously budgeted in your 72800, which is council supplies. So that's where it was in the past.
Interesting.
So I will email all of you the policy as it stands. And if you'd like, we can start sending, some sort of account balances quarterly or something if you want to look at where your money goes.
Something. Thank you. All right, meeting's adjourned.
Pistons won again.
I forgot to say that that's a Ward 1 meeting, but we're still on, so people hear me.
Time to
Yes.
drop the cat.
Even though I know other people.
Especially with the
but
Come on now.